the island, I can tell you right now that if the core gameplay wasn't good, none of this would matter. None of the modes would matter. Not the new modes, not the new match types, not the customization, not even the presentation upgrades. Because at the end of the day, if the matches don't feel right, everything else would fall apart. And on the surface, WWE 2K26 looks familiar, but once you actually pick up the controller, it feels different. With the game just a week away from launch, I wanted to put everything into one complete breakdown, not scattered impressions, not quick reactions, a full look at what WWE 2K26 actually does well and where it still needs work. And after really spending time with it, I can give you a deep dive. I've played Universe Mode, I've gone deep in the Creation Suite, I've tested the new match types, and I've spent lots of time in the island. But before we get into any of that, we need to start with the foundation, and that is the core gameplay. The first thing you will notice is the brand new interactive entrance where you can do all the cool actions. You can set off pyro as you're coming down the ramp. You can set pyro off when you get in the ring. You can do a babyface reaction. You can do a heel reaction, and they're all there for you. There's one thing that I didn't even know because the developers had to come by and tell me. They said, did you know that there's 3 different options for each of them? You click up on the D-pad once, it does one. Click it twice, it does a different. Click it 3 times, it does a different one. The same thing happens for each direction. So you can have 3 different sets of pyro on the entrance, 3 different sets of pyro in the ring, 3 different reactions, babyface, and 3 different reactions as a heel. So right off the bat, just noticing that made everything feel different. One thing that I wanted to say about the interactive entrances, it isn't just a coat of paint on top of an actual entrance. Like, they're not just making a different face, they're actually doing a different animation. So even if CM Punk turns around to do his entrance, you could do an animation that would interrupt that and make it look different than his entrance actually is. It's really awesome. So you see it, it looks different. It's different than just an expression. It actually does a different action depending on what you press. The pyro is also very, very cool. One thing I did notice was that if you get on the top rope, you can't explode pyro into their face. It will actually just do the other corners that they're not at. So it actually makes sense. Now the match is about to begin, and you have the pre-match actions before you actually start the match. If you want to draw energy from the crowd, you can. You want to approach your opponent, you can. Or if you want to rush them and try to attack them, you can do that as well. Just press one of the buttons on the D-pad, and that makes it very easy to choose what you want to do. If you're trying to approach your opponent, then you get several options that you want to do, whether you want to shake their hand, trade blows, or have a stare down. The handshake is cool because you can press X to actually hit a cheap shot on your opponent if you want to do that, and that makes for a fun interaction if you're trying to trick somebody to do a handshake and then hit them before the match even begins. After that, that will set you up to get the advantage early on in the match if you do something like that. So these options are just something that makes the game feel different, and it's still really true to what pro wrestling actually is. They're going for simulation style here, so having that just makes it a lot of fun. So right away, the biggest thing I noticed was the animations and the presentation right when I started the match. Everything just feels smoother, whether it is or isn't. Everything looks better, whether it is or isn't. Whether it's more natural, the moments just transition even better. The way the match flows, to me, just felt more realistic. If you're a hardcore fan, you're going to notice all of this immediately, and you'll see those quality of life updates right away. If you're more of a casual fan, you might miss some of the little details, but they are all there. Speaking of little details, there's a couple things that you're gonna want to do that make this game just a little bit more fun. Obviously, the first thing you want to do is turn on blood in the options, and by doing that, you will actually trigger a brand new animation when you get blood in a match. I didn't know this was a new thing, but when blood happens, it splatters all over the screen. The first time this happened, I had no idea what was going to happen, and I popped really hard for it. Another thing you're going to want to do is turn off weight detection. I actually talked to some of the developers, and they said one of the most fun ways to play this game is to turn off weight detection. Because I did a match with Ray Phoenix and Obafemi, and they said, turn off weight detection. You're going to play like Ray Phoenix actually plays. And that is such a good detail to know going into this game, because then it takes off all of those restrictions that were in place, that you could just do all the cool moves that Ray Phoenix actually does. And trust me, there are a lot of cool moves in WWE2K26. That stuff sounds small, but it really did matter and made the game that much enjoyable. From the ragdoll physics, to the weapons, to the animations, to the entrance, to the pre-match stuff, This game is a step up from WWE 2K26. If you played last year's game, it will look familiar, but once you start playing it, it is completely different. From everything that I mentioned, it is a step forward. This year, it isn't just a roster update. It feels like they're taking steps forward to make a really good pro wrestling video game, and this game definitely feels awesome. Complete presentation-wise, this might be one of the cleanest WWE games they've done. The camera angles look better with the new broadcast mode. All you have to do broadcast mode is just simulate a match and watch it, and you get all these great camera angles. The lighting looks awesome in all the arenas. The crowd feels alive. The entrances feel more dynamic with that new entrance stuff. You can do all the cool stuff. It feels like they focused on making everything look like an actual WWE broadcast. And I do think a lot of that has to do with them ditching the last gen consoles, because they can focus on the technology and push this game forward into the future. And that's definitely what they did here in WWE 2K26. Even with all of that, this game is not perfect. From what I've seen so far, Showcase is fun, but early on it feels just like a checklist that you have to complete. It didn't really grab me right away, and I found myself wanting to jump into the gauntlet mode and just complete that mode so that I could get all the characters. So having that gauntlet mode is good and bad. It's good for the consumer, maybe bad for the people making the game, because I really didn't know how deep I wanted to go into it. Now, I know there are those fantasy matchups and those surprises that you're going to get in the showcase mode, so playing through it later will get a little bit better, but early on, it just felt like I've already done this before. I've already seen this. Doesn't mean it's bad, but it just didn't hook me instantly to go, okay, I want to play more of this. Now, I'm going to complete the whole showcase mode and make videos on it, but early on, just checking it out for the first time, I wasn't really hooked to go, okay, let's complete this entire mode right now. So I've been playing wrestling games my entire life, going all the way back to the N64 era, and you know that WCW NWO Revenge is probably one of my favorite games of all time. So I've seen the highs, the lows, the rebuilding of the WWE 2K franchise, and everything. I've seen it all. And that's why I'm pretty honest when I say that something feels different about this game. Plus, after talking to the developers and the people who make this game, I honestly feel like they care where this franchise is going. They're paying attention to everything. They're coming in, having deep conversations with me. They're listening to what I have to say. They come up to me and go, hey, what did you think of this mode? Tony, talk about this, because I know you really had an opinion on this. They're making very small quality of life changes to this game that actually matter, that will keep this game for the long term. They are giving me confidence that this game will be better in the future as they continue to grow it. They're not just putting out something that they go, okay, yeah, whatever, we just have to make a new game. They care about it. They want to make it better. That's why you'll notice a lot of really small changes that are going to make this game better. One thing they haven't even really talked about is the Royal Rumble, which was just a small change, but it really made a lot. When the entrances come out, they don't cut to show the guy coming out to the ring. They keep the action in the ring, and then there's a picture-in-picture of the person making their entrance to join that Royal Rumble match. It's a small little detail, but things like that really do matter to the hardcore people, because most of the people that play the WWE games have played them in the past. So they want to see these little changes that make the game better each year. And I do want to say the gameplay isn't just about how the punches feel or how reversals connect. It's about the situations you're placed in. And this year, that's where the new match types come in, because we have the Inferno match, the Dumpster match, the I Quit match, and the 3 Stages of Hell. And with all those new match types, that's where the game really tests its core mechanics. First off, let's talk about the dumpster match, because it is essentially just the casket match, but it's reskinned for a dumpster. I don't know how different you would actually make it if you're trying to make it a different match type from the casket match, because the mechanics are already there, and it makes sense that they would just reuse that. Cool thing is, though, if you're playing in different arenas, if you're backstage, you could throw them in a dumpster and end the match that way, so that is a really cool addition. There's nothing new here, just a dumpster replacing the casket, and it does what it's supposed to do. They're not reinventing the wheel with the dumpster match. It is essentially what you've already seen before, but it does feel good, and having a new match type like that is always good to have in the game. Now let's shift over to the Inferno match, which is a really fun match type. The flames go high every time you get the moves up. There's a meter at the bottom. You're trying to fill that meter up, and once you do, you can light your opponent on fire. Some cool additions here are that you can roll out of the ring and get weapons during the Inferno match. I know a lot of people didn't like the fact that you just go right through the flames, but the flames do go down as you roll out, so you can get back in and then the flames will go back up. So it does make sense there. I understand that the realism isn't 100% when you roll through the flames, but just think about if you went really, really fast, you would get out of the flames. And hey, let's suspend our disbelief because bringing weapons into the ring definitely makes it even better. Another cool thing about bringing weapons into the ring is if you get a table, you light it on fire, you put your opponent through that flaming table, you can win the match. Another cool thing is that you can use a fireball to put that in your opponent's face. It is a part of the payback system, and if you do that, your opponent will be lit on fire and you'll win the Inferno match. All that stuff just makes it great. There is some cool stuff when you go to light your opponent on fire. You dump them out of the ring and they hit the side of the ring. You go, oh, my back hurts. The only thing that stinks about it is you don't actually get lit on fire. I know that has to do with the ESRB rating, and if you did light somebody on fire, it'd probably bump it up to a mature rating, and they don't want to do that, so that's why they did it the way they did. But the fire extinguisher comes out at the end in the cutscene, and the Inferno match is ended there. I do think that having this match, again, with all the new match types, is just a great addition. Having more always makes things better. Then coming back is the I Quit match, which is really great. And they didn't just put it in the game, they added new additions to it to make it feel fresh. There are great voiceover lines in the game during the I Quit match, like the referee says, do you want to quit? And then you'll hear actual dialogue from the wrestler saying, no, or they'll say, yeah, I'm done. So either way, you'll hear that dialogue. One thing I will mention about the I Quit match that is really, really good is the little meter down at the bottom to get your opponent to say I quit. It's very difficult. There's a little circle. You got to fill it up. It all makes sense when you play it. If you get your hands on it, you will love it. The one thing that I do not like about the I Quit match is watching the I Quit match, because in an I Quit match, you would ask your opponent to quit and then a little meter would pop up and you would see it. Well, if you're watching a match, you will not see that meter. All the ref will go and say, do you want to quit? And then they'll just sit there, and then they'll say, I don't want to quit, or they will say, I quit. So it doesn't look really good when you're watching a match, an I Quit match, because that meter doesn't pop up. So you're just sitting there going, what's happening? Okay. Maybe a submission would be better, but watching a regular one where they're just sitting there, waiting for the microphone, I quit, that's it. So it's like, all right, I don't like that. That wasn't great. But playing it is a whole lot of fun. I suggest that's one of those matches that you want to play every time because it just has a better experience when you play it. The last one is the 3 Stages of Hell match, which is essentially 3 matches in one. You go from one to the next to the next. What I thought when I first walked in, what I heard from people was that it seamlessly goes to the next match. So if you are in a singles match and then it's like a cage match, the cage would come down and you just go to that next match. But instead it goes to a menu and it says, okay, John Cena won the first fall, the second fall is this, and then you do that. Oh, they won this fall, the second one is this. Oh, here's the third one. So that it just didn't feel seamless, like you go from one to the next to the other. Maybe that's something they can do later on. I guess what they wanted was so that you could see who won and if you have to win again. I don't know. That's just the thought process they had. But I'd really love it to be like, okay, I won the singles match, and now we're going to do like a hardcore match. Let's just go straight into it. You do have your same meter and health and all that. That makes sense. But it just doesn't feel like a seamless game mode where it's going from one match to the next to the next. But it is 3 separate matches. It is there for you to do. You set them up as you want them. And I think, you know what? We have that in the game. That's pretty cool. Again, I would just love for it to be seamless and that you could go right into the next one without having to go back to that menu and see what it is. And last, this isn't a new match type, but it is a new arena. It is a Scrapyard Brawl. Good thing about this, first off, is I was wondering, is it only in the island? Is the Scrapyard Brawl only a part of the island? No, it's part of the island story, but you could play it outside of the island. It's just an arena you could choose, and that's really, really cool. There's a lot of cool things to do all around the Scrapyard, so I won't spoil it for you, but I will say it is very cool when someone pops out of a crate and they start joining the match. Interference is really fun this year in all the game modes, but it is especially really good in the Scrapyard Brawl because they just pop out and then it goes, okay, so then you have to attack them until they lay on the ground once you beat them up enough. It's really fun. Great arena. There's a lot of interactive stuff to do in the Scrapyard Brawl, so you will find a bunch of cool things. There's a dumpster over here. There's tables set over for here. There's a ring there. There's all kinds of things to do. Go up to the top, jump off things. Lots of fun stuff. Scrapyard Brawl, definitely one of the great additions. Part of the island, but you could play it outside of the island. And I think, again, having more stuff just makes it even better. And at the end of the day, these new match types, they don't reinvent the game, but they expand upon it. That's really what this game is all about, is the quality of life and expanding on it. They improve the core gameplay more and let the game breathe with all these new modes. And that's important because the variety keeps the game from feeling repetitive. And that's where we got to get into something even bigger, and that is Universe Mode. First off, when you get into Universe Mode, you will notice you have two options like you always do, whether you want Superstar Mode or Classic Mode. I never do Superstar Mode, so I'm not even going to get into that. Classic Mode is that sandbox mode, total freedom. That is what you're going to want to do. And it does now give you the option to customize your Universe Mode. In WWE2K26, you can customize events on the Universe calendar and their details before the first show even starts. Choose which weekly show, PLEs, you'd like to feature assigned show participants, champions, and decide which month you'd like to start in. Would you like to customize your universe or go directly to the universe menu with default settings? So customized universe is that creation wizard that you're going to get into. You remember they're touting that creation wizard that's supposed to streamline the process of creating universe mode, or so I thought. I don't know if this is actually streamlining it like I wanted, but we'll get into it. So first off, you're choosing your weekly shows here. You first get to choose the shows that you want. They have the presets here: Raw, NXT, SmackDown, Nitro, and ECW. And you can add a new show if you want. If you like to remove a show, just deselect it and you won't have it part of that universe, which is pretty cool. So you could go in and pick the show there. Now, from here, I thought, okay, this is cool. Now, when I pick these brands, it's going to go through all the options and tell me what I'm actually going to pick here, right? So if I have Raw, it's going to tell me, do I have these participants? Do I have this? Then it's going to go to NXT. Then it's going to go to SmackDown. So what I thought is that it was going to be baby steps, holding your hands, going through this creation setup for this. However, it's just like the old way of doing it. You just hit Y to edit the show or triangle to edit the show. And then you go through the match details or the show details and you edit it exactly how you did before. It's not really what I thought the Creation Wizard was going to be. I thought the Creation Wizard was going to go, okay, which shows do you want? Raw, NXT, and then SmackDown. And then it would step by step go and tell you exactly what to do. So which superstars, what champions, who's Money in the Bank, what shows, all that stuff. But unfortunately, it does not do that. You just choose the shows, and then if you want to edit it deeper, you hit Y, and then you can go into all the regular options that you always had before, which kind of stinks because I thought it was going to be a baby steps hand-holding thing. But they said, well, people know how to play universe mode, so why would we really do that? If you want to learn, you can go in here. Otherwise, you could just go into it. So when you click on Edit Show, you can click on Show Details, General Manager, Participants, Number of Matches, Match Table. You can edit your championships, your divisions, and your power rankings, and whatever day your show is going to be on. So that is there. As far as setting up the PLEs, you can do the show details, the number of matches, the match table, who's hosting the show, and what days they're actually on, whether it's a day 1 or a day 2. So if you do have a 2-night WrestleMania, you could do that. If you don't, you don't have to do that. You do whatever you want. So you could have all the 3 brands hosting the show, or you could just have 1 brand hosting the show, 2 brands, whatever you want. Whatever brands you're having, you can have them host that PLE event. There are a couple new things for the show details that you can actually set up. You can have the nighttime arena, which would be the alt arena, or you can have the nighttime alternate arena. So you can set up different arenas for that, which is very, very cool. If you have a daytime and nighttime, set up both of those. And also referees, you can now select multiple referees throughout the show. So then you'll see multiple refs when you're doing a PLE or pay-per-view or whatever you're talking about, Monday Night Raw, whatever it is, whatever you're setting up for the show details, you can have multiple referees, select the refs that you want, and they will be a part of that universe mode. And another cool option is choosing the month that you want your universe mode to start. I was trying to do something where I set up Halloween Havoc in October and then start in October, do a draft, all that stuff. That was kind of my idea here. I just created Halloween Havoc and I wanted it to start in October. So when I set that up, the month that I want to start my universe mode is October, and that's why I wanted it to be, because I made this new pay-per-view for Halloween Havoc, so it all makes sense. So that's what I was going for here. So here is where things get a little funky, because we're going to talk about the draft, which is the biggest feature that we have here for the WWE Universe mode this year. And I will tell you right off the bat, I broke the draft. I got stun locked or soft locked or whatever you call it into an infinite loop of the draft. Now, I will tell you, I showed the developers exactly how this happened, and I went step by step to tell them this is exactly how I got locked into universe mode of this infinite draft, so maybe they'll fix it before it starts, I'm hoping, but I will just say that it kind of soured my experience on the draft because I got locked into this loop. I couldn't get out of it. It just kept drafting over and over and over and over and over, and that wasn't great. I didn't like that. But with the draft, you get to pick the names, and what I went for was an NXT call-up. So my idea was that you'd go to Raw or SmackDown, and you'd call up some NXT people. That was the idea there. The draft logo would be there. You can pick whatever draft logo, and you pick the week that you want the draft to be. You pick which shows you want to be a part of that draft. I picked Raw and SmackDown, and the supplemental show would be NXT. You pick the number of rounds, you pick the max draft picks, and you pick the drafts per round. So there you go. You can set it to whatever you want on that. I think maybe me tweaking some of this stuff in the options actually messed up why my draft didn't work. But the idea that I wanted was to just have one time you pick your draft people, then you would just call up these NXT people, and then you'd move on from that. That's how I thought that it would go. But it didn't play out that way. Again, like I said, I got this infinite draft loop that happened. So I don't know what details I actually picked, but for draft rounds, I just did one. Maximum draft picks, I did 5. And then drafts per round, I did 5 as well. And that was just my options for there. You can go and change them and up and down and decide what you want. But I think I did 3 at the end of the day. That was kind of my idea there. And just kind of see what that draft would lead me. Again, I broke it. I'm sorry, but if I can break it just playing it and thinking I can set it up the way I want it, then other people are going to do the exact same thing. So another detail that confused me about the draft was the number of rounds. I thought if I did 1 round, that if I go to Monday Night Raw, I'd draft my people and it would be over. No, actually it happens at the end of the week, which I wasn't ready for, because then I played Monday Night Raw and I was confused why there was no draft on the show. Did I break it? Did I set it up wrong? What did I do wrong? So what you want to do is whatever rounds you want, you will see those rounds happen on Raw or SmackDown. If NXT is a supplemental brand, that won't have a draft, obviously. But Raw and SmackDown, the drafts will happen on that depending on how many rounds of the draft that you actually have. So you might not see it. It might be a little confusing if you just do 1 round. It'll happen on SmackDown. You won't see it on Raw. It'll just happen at the end of the week, which was a little bit confusing for me, but it made sense once I finally got to the draft. And then once you get to the draft, it's pretty similar to, anything that you're drafting, any drafting that you've ever seen before. You pick men, women, Raw, SmackDown, NXT teams, free agents. You can decide if you want to have those people drafted, or if you don't want to have them drafted, you don't have to. And of course, when you're setting up the Universe Mode draft, you can choose if you want teams to break up or stay together, if teams are even drafted, if you want free agents, yes or no, and if you want champions to be drafted also. And you can also have an option to save some superstars so they don't actually get drafted. That option also never triggered for me. I think I definitely screwed up my universe mode somehow by doing a bunch of different options in the draft thing. I told them all about it, so hopefully they're going to fix it before the game comes out. I'm really hoping, because I sat down and said, this is not working. Can you fix it? This is weird. What's going on here? I really wanted it to work. I had this idea that NXT people would be called up to Raw or SmackDown, and then you would see them being called up. That was all I wanted to do, right? You go to October, and then it's NXT call-up time. That's the idea that I had. That was a theory I had, but it just didn't work out that way, and I was kind of confused why it wasn't working, but I got stuck in this loop. I couldn't get that thing where you save the superstars and they can't get drafted. That never happened. You're supposed to be able to pick which superstars you want, reserve them. That was the idea, but I didn't get that. It never happened for me. So the draft for me wasn't great, but all these options are here, and I hope that they're going to fix the draft before the game comes out. Okay. Let's not get too negative on Universe Mode just yet, because the draft is there. I think they just need to fix it before the game comes out. And also, I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the new promo stuff, and one in particular that I really did like is a call-out promo where you actually call somebody out to come down to the ring and you challenge them to a match. And then you get to set up stipulations on the match that you want, and they can decide what they want to do when you challenge them to a match. One funny thing that I did was that I challenged them to a 3 Stages of Hell match. That's right. And then I got to pick each one of the falls that the match would be. And I said, let's do this match. And then what happened was they actually turned it down. They said, no, I don't want to do this. And they left. Could you imagine if there was a promo hyping up these 3 Stages of Hell match? Yeah, first fall, second fall, third fall. We're going to do this right here, right now. And then the opponent says, nah, that ain't going to happen. Nope. No siree. That ain't happening. Not doing it. Not doing that. But that was really cool. I like the idea of being able to pick the stipulation of the match right then and there and go, okay, we're going to fight in this match right now. And then they can go, let me think about that. Give me a second here. Let me think. Okay, we got this is the first match. Okay, this is the second match. Okay, this is the third match. Okay, here are my options. I can accept the challenge. I can screw you. I'm out. Why wait? Let's have the match right now. Or I don't want a match. I want to fight. So they can choose what they want. Challenge them for the next show. Fight right now. Screw the match, I'm out, or I don't want a match, I just want to fight. So you're just going to brawl instead. So those are some cool options. I thought the cutscene was very, very cool. There's still no voiceover stuff, but there is dialogue on the screen to tie it all together. So anyway, I thought that was a pretty cool cutscene. So after having your universe mode set up, you set up the PLEs, you set up the draft however you want it. The cool thing about this is the watch show mode where you can just watch the entire show from start to finish. And it is cool. It's nothing groundbreaking, but it definitely does feel awesome. When you finish one match, it goes right into the next match. It shows the crowd and then they do their entrance for the next match. And that's really awesome. Just makes it seamless and it makes it perfect for how you want this to play out, because universe mode is going to be one of those things that people are going to make Twitch streams, YouTube streams, where they just sit there and they watch the entire thing. Now you can do it in full. Also, huge alert here. This is awesome. If a match is ever going on too long, if it's going way too long, or if there's just a match you kind of want to skip, you hit start and you go to wrap up. There's a wrap up button now that you can wrap up the match, and they will try to end the match as fast as possible. This is awesome. It doesn't give them an instant finisher, but it does let them do more damage. It does have their bar go up a little bit faster, and then they will get a finisher faster, and they'll try and end the match off hitting a finisher or whatever and getting a pin, and they will try to not kick out of that pin. That's kind of the concept here for wrapping up the match, which is a little small detail, but it is awesome, because I don't know how many times I've played a universe mode where I'm sitting there going, okay, you kicked out of 20 moves in a row. Can you please wrap it up and just end the match? Now we have that option to wrap it up, which I think is really, really, really smart of them to put that in here. I will say that it isn't perfect. There are points where it doesn't wrap up, depending if it's like a gimmick match or something like that. It won't just end right away. Like if it's a ladder match, we're not just going to run up the ladder and grab the briefcase or whatever. It doesn't work like that, but they will try and speed it up and get it to go where they want it to go. Just kind of ease the match to the end. Okay, have a conclusion to the match and move on to the next one. And then if you're playing universe mode and it's getting a little stale, hit that wrap up button and you will be good to go to your next match. And the last new feature that they did add here was cashing in the Money in the Bank. When the Money in the Bank cash-in is ready, that would mean that they could cash in their Money in the Bank. You do it mid-match or do it post-match. You just got to hit the button combination and they will do that Money in the Bank cash-in. Fortunately, I didn't get footage of that, but that option is there if you want to cash in on the Money in the Bank. Whew, okay, let me catch my breath here, because we're going to wrap this up here. I'm going to tell you what I think about Universe Mode, having my hands on it, playing it, those new updates that they added to WWE2K26. First off, I want to say that I really was glad that they've done a lot of quality of life changes on Universe Mode. They added the Creation Wizard, and it wasn't exactly what I expected it to be, but it is still there, and the options to edit your Universe Mode are always there. And if you played Universe Mode over and over and over like I have, you know how to edit it from start to finish. So those options, they aren't difficult for you to understand. I just wish it was a little more like, hey, who do you want your champions to be? Hey, who do you want in your roster? Hey, who's the GM? All that stuff. Just, just pick this, pick this, pick this, pick this, pick this. But it wasn't like that. It was more like, okay, go in and customize it however you want it. So I get it, but if you're going to make like a wizard or call it a creation wizard, you should have it streamlined where it goes, you're going to set up all this. follow this step, then this step, then this step, then this step. But it was more like just do whatever you want and make it how you want it. That was kind of cool. I did like the changes to the pay-per-views and the referees, that you could have multiple referees during that. Choose the night and day arenas that you can have, and all of that stuff just adds those little quality of life updates that I always talk about. Just those little things. I want to select 11 referees. Maybe they're not all going to be in this pay-per-view, but you'll see them and they'll be here part of whatever. They're going to be there if they do. If they're not, whatever. Or if you want one ref to ref the entire show, that makes sense. You could do that also. That is something you can do. I do want to talk about the draft because the draft is brand new, but unfortunately I was stuck in that loop where I couldn't get out of the draft, and it really sucked. It really soured my experience on the draft. I think it had something to do with the number of draft people that I was doing, the sliders I was messing with, the numbers, all of that stuff. What do they mean, Mason? What do the numbers mean? I don't know. The rounds, I think I messed up the rounds and all of that, just kind of trying to figure out what actually works best for my universe mode, and I didn't figure it out, so I broke it. So I'm hoping they fix that, because the draft is one of those big things that I'm very, very excited about. You get to the end and you go, okay, here's a draft. We are going to do this draft and we're going to call up NXT people. That's all I wanted. I just wanted to call up NXT people, but I got stuck in that endless loop and it just kind of soured the experience for me. I couldn't get out of it. I spent so much time on that. I actually missed out on playing other things because I was too busy trying to figure out this thing and telling developers, hey, have you seen this? That's not good. I love universe mode, and that's why I wanted it to work. And the draft, it just didn't work great for me. But I did like the option to choose your own GM, whoever you want to be for that. You get to go and pick the people, draft them to the show, and then, you know what? They're on the roster on that show, and that's really, really cool. The new promos and the Money in the Bank cash-in are all great additions to Universe Mode, and I do think that the Watch Show mode is definitely the best part about Universe Mode. Just streamline your entire experience. If a match is going too long, hit that wrap-up button and continue on with Universe Mode on to the next match. I think that is really, really sweet, because you know what? You're trying to play the Universe Mode however you want it to be, and if it doesn't work out, wrap that match up and move on. I think that's really cool. So Universe Mode in WWE2K26 has a lot of updates, and it feels a lot easier to manage. It gives you more control over your show, more rivalries. You can play out the season however you want. You can do the draft, all that stuff. But here's the thing. Universe Mode is only as good as the roster you build inside of it. And that's where the creation suite becomes just as important as the gameplay itself. Because if you want your universe to actually feel unique, you need different arenas, different championships, and different superstars. And everything runs through the creation suite. Let's start out with Create a Superstar, because that's where you're going to notice the changes. Obviously, first starting out, it's all the same. You pick your type of superstar that you want, and you build from that. Off of that, you can do different personas, and you can have a luchador or a guy that looks sort of like a heavyweight wrestler, or just all kinds of different stuff. And there is a randomize button as always, so you can just randomize your superstar until you decide, okay, this is where I want to start with my custom superstar. Obviously, if you're trying to build somebody that's already a wrestler in AEW or TNA or whatever, you could do that. But if you're going off scratch to make a random person, let's say you're trying to make a CAW for My Rise, right? That's where you would go in here, you do the randomized stuff, and you would get into the game. Obviously, the biggest things out of this is that body morphing is way more flexible. You're not locked into the preset body types anymore. You can make a slim superstar with massive arms if you want. You can make someone's belly huge and skinny legs. All of that stuff that you want to do, you can tailor it to what you want for this. And I thought it was very, very fun. You can go and actually mix and match the proportions and get creative and make somebody that looks pretty unique to what they usually let you do. It opens up a lot of possibilities, especially if you're trying to create real wrestlers, legends, or even if you want to make the most crazy, ridiculous person, you can do that by editing all of the morphing on that. And the morphing doesn't just stop with the body, there's also improved morphing for the face, so you can actually navigate it a lot more easier and morph the face exactly how you want it. This year, there's really small adjustments that you can make, and you can actually see what you're doing in real time. Tweak it for every fine little detail really did make creating the superstar just that much better than before. The layers are huge in this game too this year, because before you had 60 layers total for everything. Now the head and body are separate, so you get 60 layers for just the attire, 40 for the head, and 40 for the body. They are separate there, which makes things so much better because now you're not limited on that stuff. Sometimes you make it somebody, you go, okay, I just ran out of stuff. I can't do what I want to do. Why doesn't it work the way that I want it to work? But now they give you those options to do more. So you have more for the head, more for the body, a separate pool for both of those, which is really, really good. Speaking of going deeper into customization, there is over 40 body templates to start with. So there's all kinds of options that you can choose to have the great body that you want for your superstar. You want a big belly? You can do that. You want to have a six-pack ab? You can do that as well. All the options are there, and the templates just make it an easier starting point for the superstar that you're trying to create. Having over 40 of them is just something that is really good. There's a lot of really small details here that if you're just a fan looking on the surface, you probably won't even notice. But if you go deep into it like I did here, you'll notice all these little things, and they really do pile up and make the creation just even better. So when you go to community creations, you're going to see even more realistic people in the community creations, which will make your universe mode even better, which will make the create an arena. It just all ties in together. Just adding more slots makes it really, really good. The hair, the hair, the hair. That's right. One of my favorite additions this year is that two-toned hair color blending. Now you can pick two colors of hair and blend them together. What's also really, really cool is you can adjust where the blend starts and how sharp that blend will be. So if you want the hair to blend from, let's say, a red to a green, and you want it to be right down the middle, you want to have a line, half your hair looks like that, red, half of your hair looks like that, you could do that. Or if you want it to blend seamlessly into one style of hair, you can do that as well. And it will look different in different lighting, so you can play with that, decide how you want the hair to look, and you're just going to be able to make it exactly how you want to tailor it, because nobody's hair nowadays in wrestling and anything is one color. I mean, some people are, but if you want to make like the craziest rainbow hair, you can have that multicolored stuff with the two tones, blend them together, make it however you want. You can do that for facial hair as well. So if you want to do facial hair and have the two-tone facial hair, you can also change that and make it, you know, as sharp as you want or as little as you want, just kind of however you feel that it makes sense. Also, that hair dye tool that was there, that is still in the game, so you can add a little streak in your hair if you want to do that. Put that all together, you have a really crazy specific look that you can do. Basically, the Jeff Hardy hairstyles that he always had the crazy hair, you could probably create those way more accurate than you ever could before. And I also wanted to mention this about creation because I didn't get to play this on the Switch 2, but you can use the Joy-Cons for a mouse control when customizing and painting on the body, which will make it even more smooth when you're creating that. I think that will be really, really cool just to be able to go in like a mouse and actually paint on your superstar. If you're playing on a PlayStation or Xbox, you can't do that. There is no mouse support or anything like that, but the ability to do that is just really, really cool, because then you can get those fine details exactly correct how you want when you're playing on the Nintendo Switch. And once you're done creating your superstar, you can save it, and you have up to 200 slots now in the game to save your creations in here, so that's really good. Just having more is always a good thing, so up to 200, so you can play around, mess around, make some crazy people. You know, this might be the year that people just make like off-the-wall people. I know community creations, you could just download people that look realistic to real wrestling promotions, but I think this year might be fun. Just kind of morph people, make the crazy stuff, make these wild, wacky tag teams, make you do a created universe mode with all these wacky creations you could do a ton of body morphing, do some randomization, do some two-tone hair color stuff, and create some crazy people. I think that's going to be a lot of fun this year. Now let's move on to talk about Create a Championship, because that is back this year. This is another area that feels more polished. Just the overall feel of it just feels better. You've got better material options, more plate designs, strap colors, plates, all that. Overall, it's just more. They're trying to make it easier to make belts that actually look like they belong on television. So whether you're recreating classic titles or making your own original title for Universe Mode or even GM mode, because now you can use these custom championships in Universe Mode and you can use them in My GM. So if you want to put those belts in there and make this custom championship, that is an option. So that is really, really cool. Just a really great feature there. But I didn't notice too many new details on this. Of course, there's going to be more straps and just make it look even smoother and better, and just overall a better presentation for it. Create a Championship, just taking those steps forward to make a really good mode and just keep improving it every year. That's the goal for this. For Create an Arena, we have a lot of updates here. There's a bunch of cool things that you can do in Create an Arena, including LED barricades, which you can customize that however you want. First time we have the LED barricades in Create an Arena, and that is just a great addition to the game. Make it look good, make it however you want. LED barricades, always a great addition to this game. Plus, we have a lot more options, and I do know people are going to say, you said more options, but I did notice that this was taken out of the game, or this was out of the game, or that was out of the game. Yes, some of the arenas are out of the game, some of the parts are out of the game, and they have added new things to the game. I don't know specifics on what's out and what's in and what's new and what's old, but I do know that some things were removed and some things were added. One thing I really did like was the overhead entrance thing where it's all the lights and stuff. There's tons of different options for that. Lots of different things you can go in and customize the arena up there. Do whatever you want. Have a little globe from WrestleMania if you want. Have those light truss up there near the entrance if you want. All of that stuff is there, so you're able to customize the arena even further than you could before. They're just going to keep improving it. That's the biggest thing to take away from all of this Creation Suite. I know I talk about the arenas and the belts and the people, and it's just all the little details that they're doing to make this even better. So the Creation Suite in WWE2K26 gives you more control, more flexibility, more to create the unique superstars that you want to use for Universe Mode. But what's interesting this year is that Create a Superstar doesn't just exist in the menus, it actually matters in the island, because this year creation isn't just about building a wrestler for Universe Mode. Like last year, you're building your character for something bigger, and that is the island. In the island, your custom superstar isn't just your template, they're your identity, they're your progression, it is your story with your custom superstar. And that's where WWE2K26 tries something a little different this year with cutscenes and voiceovers inside the island. So we have 3 different factions to choose from: the Order of Anarchy, the Order of Shadows, and the Order of Tradition. I think for this first one, we're going to start out with the Order of Tradition just to get introduced to the island and to see what it kind of looks like. Creating our guy, we're not going to go too deep on the customization, but there are different fighting styles: Striker, Technician, Powerhouse, High Flyer, and Giant. I'll definitely stick with the Powerhouse, more like John Cena, and we're going to pick a heavyweight as our weight class. Since I'm playing on a developer account, I'm going to actually have a lot of VC that I can spend here to level up my superstar, so we'll just go through and level up as much as we can here just to kind of make the most powerhouse person that I can. Reaching new overall levels will give you some badges. There's one here called Sting Like a Bee, which will let you finish a combo with a light attack to deal extra damage and stun. There's all kinds of different ones, so as you're leveling up, you get these badges that you can use in matches when you're playing this game. Again, like I said earlier, I'm not actually going to customize my superstar that much, but I did get a cosmetic part for pre-ordering the game and getting that Joe Hendry cosmetic, which will give me that Joe Hendry t-shirt that I'll just put on because that's kind of cool. After our superstar is set up, we're ready to go, and we need to go talk to Cody Rhodes. He's waiting for us inside the Order of Tradition. This chapter is called A Referee's Last Count. Let's see what that means.
I don't understand why everyone else has such a hard time keeping their eyes on the action in a match.
Well, sometimes.
It's the goddamn job!
Welcome to the Order of Tradition. If you're here, I suppose we have something in common. An insatiable obsession with this business. We've got members of all backgrounds and persuasions here. Can I ask, what led you to join? Same. It's hard to grow up in a wrestling family and not be enchanted with the names and stories of those who came before. I only hope to build a legacy that's worthy of following. You'll find as you settle in that there's something special about the Order of Tradition. Sure, we can be a little intense sometimes, but we'll all have to work together if we want to earn the advantages that this island has to offer. But I'm getting ahead of myself. You just arrived. What do you say we welcome you the best way we know how? In the ring, against some good competition. That's the spirit. My friend Odette handles a lot of the booking around here. She set up a match for you against El Grande Americano. You might want to stop by the locker room first if you need to change your gear. Best first impression, after all. We're all excited to have you. Good luck.
I do want to say it feels really nice to have voice acting inside of this, because before it kind of stunk just having text on the screen. Now it actually feels like an actual career mode that you're playing with this out-of-the-box story on the island. Our next optional goal is to talk to Chad Gable inside the locker room.
You're the new Order of Tradition recruit? Well, I guess it could be worse. Hey, hold on, buddy. We're on the same team. Just a little friendly ribbing. You've heard that you're facing El Grande Americano in your debut match? That's some stiff competition. Pretty good-looking fellow, too. You can tell, despite the mask. You're not going to the ring like that, are you? I'm speaking the truth. Saving you some embarrassment, hopefully. But you can change your look in the locker room anytime you'd like. You can also tune up any of the moves you might want to use in your matches, too. Not a bad idea when you're up against top talent. And no need to come all the way back here if you're out exploring the island. There are my booths scattered around the whole place that make it easy. Think of it like your locker room on the go, without someone else's smelly socks. I'd try it out if I were you. Not that it's going to make a difference with who you're facing. Good luck, though. Maybe you can at least lose to El Grande Americano with style and grace.
Now it's time to get our first match. We're going to go one-on-one with El Grande Americano.
I'm excited to see this newcomer to the island in there against an opponent the caliber of El Grande Americano. Well, after this match, they moved over to the first fade back. The legendary luchador El Grande Americano is looking to make a statement tonight.
Well, that statement better be inside the rulebook with Senior Order of Tradition referee Marshall Thompson calling the match. Guys, the strictest official in the game.
Clothesline.
Hey!
El Grande catches it by surprise. Oh, what a chop! And now tying up the leg.
Straight to the knee. The legs are a base that you do not want to lose.
Chopping down the tree at the base here. Turns that back on El Grande. From the top. Oh! Gets the reversal. What a counter. Clothesline. Good Lord. So effective. Punch connects.
All the way up for a suplex. No. Wiggles free. From behind. Chop block.
Oh, from behind.
Uh-oh.
Overriding that with a powerbomb. He's got him here. He's got him up. And
A sidewalk slam.
Americano getting rocked with that bit of offense.
No need to raise alarm, though. He's got plenty left.
He's able to reverse it. Place it up high here. He's able to kick out before two.
Getting that shoulder up seemed to be pretty easy.
Boom, impact.
Grabbing hold of Americano.
Those tall Michigan airline miles for that.
I do not see this match going on much longer. There's too many more moves like that from them.
You have got to be in elite physical condition to pull off something like that.
And that looked like a rag doll being thrown around. Not the prettiest less effective. El Grande catches him by surprise.
Oh, they tied the offense there. Forearm club.
That puts an end to that, thank goodness.
And they were just sent flying on that one.
There's a lot of hard ways to land, but that might be the hardest.
Oh, driving the elbow. Wild punch. What's he putting together?
Just launched. That move had the amount of force akin to a natural disaster.
All right, he's got to refocus on now.
El Grande Americano just got the taste knocked out of his mask.
And right on cue, here comes Grande's flunkies.
What's he slipping into his mask? Turn around, ref. That's not legal.
I don't think he cares, Saxton.
Oh, no, with the loaded mask.
And an accidental 2-for-1 as they go right into the referee.
El Grande's taking full advantage up on the top rope.
Oh, the referee is down.
Not what El Grande was looking for. But here come the hyenas to pick the bones.
With El Grande Americano directing traffic, making a statement to this newcomer.
Wait a second. The ref's getting up.
What?
And he does not look happy.
The ref takes El Grande Americano to Suplex Island.
The Creeds and Ivy getting the heck out of there. They can't believe what they just saw.
Neither can I, and neither can referee Marshall Thompson. He almost looks angrier with himself than he was with El Grande Americano.
I think we're going to have to call this one a no contest, guys.
Okay, I didn't really expect a cutscene like that where the ref goes crazy throwing one of the best spine busters I've ever seen. That was awesome.
No. What have I done? I hope Odette wasn't watching. Did you see that? No, it wasn't. It was a gross violation of my duties as a referee of this sport.
Marshall Thompson! What in the goddamn blazes was that?
Oh, Lord. Oh, Dad, I can explain.
Explain how our recruits match ended in a no contest with no referee, El Grande knocked out, and worst of all, you whimpering like a sad sack of lima beans in the locker room?
Now, just 1 second. These beans may be sad, but at least they're just. He cheated, Odette. It wasn't right. You know the rules. We all know the rules. I'm just upset that I let myself betray everything I stand for. The oath!
I told you before, Marshall, there's no stupid oath.
Are you calling the sacred referee oath I swore to protect the business I love more than anything in this whole wide world stupid, Odette?
I came in here to read you the right act, and now you're being so ridiculous that I've lost my gumption. You had some chops out there. Would have liked to see a finish, but it left the audience wanting more. Odette Beaumont, at your service. And the sad lima beans go by the name of Marshall. Oh, I'm sure he did. The Beaumonts and the Rhodes go way back. Mom and Pop worked with Cody's dad. Taught me to be just as comfortable putting other people in the ring as stepping inside it myself. Wrestling's in my blood. That's why I believe in what the Order of Tradition's doing. Whatever's here to find on this island should belong to those who don't want to change what wrestling's really about. The artistry, the dedication, the craft.
Are you about off your soapbox?
Oh, you want to talk about what you did again?
Never mind.
No, I got two problems because of you. One, I got a new recruit who didn't get a proper introduction to the Order of Tradition. And two, I apparently got a referee who's got an itch to be an active competitor.
Odette, no!
Marshall Thompson. You showed too much fire and intensity for you to be counting to 3. So you are gonna step into training yourself, Marshall, as you get this new recruit up to speed in the Tower of Tradition. Check out the scrapyard, too, while you're at it.
Why do you want them to bother with that place? You know the rumors about the scrapyard are nonsense.
Are they, Marshall? With everything else I've seen happen on this island, I'm not so sure. And I'm not willing to take that risk. Marshall, you're coming with me. We gotta get you some proper gear before you kick off your ring rust. Let's talk when you've tried your hand in our tower and the scrapyard, and we'll see if we can get you a match with a proper finish next time.
So that wraps up everything about WWE 2K26. My complete early breakdown after spending real time with it. Core gameplay, the new match types, universe mode, creation suite, and the island. Those are the areas that I was really able to dig into and take a look at. I didn't get to spend proper time in my GM, my Rise, or my faction, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I have opinions on those modes, but based on everything I did play, here's where WWE2K26 stands. WWE2K26 doesn't reinvent the wheel here. If you load up the game for the first time, it's going to look very familiar, and until you start digging deep into it and start playing it, then you will notice the match types, the pacing, the animations, the presentation upgrades, the small quality of life updates that I've been talking about. And you'll realize that this is actually a step forward. It's not a flashy overhaul or refinement. And honestly, that's what this series needs. They improve the core gameplay to make the match types better. The new match types make universe mode more interesting. Creation gives you more freedom to create superstars more true to life and gives you more options there. And the island gives your custom superstars somewhere else to exist outside of My Rise, and it feels like another story mode. And for me, this is the most promising WWE 2K game in a long time. I'll have a full review once the game is actually out and I spend time with stuff like My Rise and My Faction and My GM. But 1 week out, this is shaping up to be a real step forward in the WWE Games franchise. If you made it this far, let me know what you think so far of WWE2K26, what you're most excited for. And as always, I'm Tony Pizza Guy. We'll see you in another video.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want, and watch it take shape.
What's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new video, man. Today we have some new upcoming My Faction Battlefield Pass content as of patch 1.13, followed by what a might do. Versus, let's get straight into this. Make sure you guys drop a like, comment, subscribe, turn the notification bell on for more 2K26 news up.
Jay on X, who has supposedly revealed the 3 personas we will be getting. Take this all with a grain of salt. This is considered a leak until the actual pack is announced or released. But alongside the WrestleMania 42 arena that will probably have both night variations, we will supposedly get WrestleMania 42 personas for Alexa Bliss, Cody Rhodes, and Liv Morgan. We'll start with Alexa, and I think this is an awesome attire. My only issue here is that it doesn't have the matching, or I suppose contrasting attire that Charlotte Flair wore that perfectly encapsulated their tag team with the 2 attires, with Alexa sporting a more dark attire and Charlotte sporting a more colorful attire. I do think Alexa Bliss had one of the best attires from the entirety of the WrestleMania 42 weekend, and I very much hope this is true for the simple fact that I hope this makes it in. And there is potentially hope for that Charlotte Flair attire to be added to my faction down the line, which is something that they did last year with attires for the likes of Roman Reigns or Penta with their WrestleMania 41 attires, making it into my faction rather than the WrestleMania 41 pack. Cody Rhodes is kind of a disappointing one to me because he was in the WrestleMania 41 pack last year. The mask is cool, but it's very similar to his mask last year. The attire is cool, but the color scheme is somewhat similar to his attire in game. So unless there's something really special about the entrance so in general, I think getting a new attire for him is cool. However, I would prefer to see somebody else in this spot, specifically someone like a Trick Williams or a Jade Cargill, who don't have their most up-to-date looks in the game. Though I do think if you're focusing in on either of those actual main events, Punk Roman and Cody Randy, Cody is the best attire of those four, so that justifies it for me. The Liv Morgan attire, if this is true, is one that I very much wanted to see in and hope we get in. Not only is the attire cool, I think it is far better than the attire we have for Liv Morgan in the game. Not that I have an issue with this specific attire we got for Liv, however, I wish we had an alternative to it, and I think this could be the perfect alternative. I think this is a nice updated attire for her within the game, and the updated theme song would be awesome as well. I know that's divisive, there was a lot of hate behind the theme song, but I think getting that updated theme song would make this even better and would make the WrestleMania 42 pack even more worth it. But I think the most disappointing potential omission of it all is IShowSpeed or Paige, those two debuting / returning WrestleMania stars who were on the WrestleMania card and aren't in 2K26. I was holding out hope that both or one of them would make it in, specifically Paige, obviously, but the hope seems to be squashed for now, and this hope mainly stems from the fact that we got Aleister Black in the WrestleMania 41 pack last year. However, the difference is last year we were guaranteed 2 personas and a completely new superstar. This year we were guaranteed 3 personas and no new superstar, so it's not like they dropped a ball on a promise. This was more so just a hope that felt possible, and is just unfortunate that it seems to not be happening. But, and maybe this is just me coping, it does make sense to me that they wouldn't put Paige in the WrestleMania 42 pack if she does make it into 2K26. I think she makes sense as a surprise last-minute addition to DLC number 5. DLC number 5 includes Danhausen, who is a superstar that debuted at Elimination Chamber this year, and is the most recent signing that is within the DLC, with Royce Keys and the return of Brie Bella coming very close. But another star in DLC 5 is Brie Bella, and Brie Bella and Paige won the Tag Team Championships at WrestleMania. They held those Women's Tag Team Championships for a couple of months. Are they still champions? I don't remember. I think they are. But it just makes sense to me that Paige, if she does make it into 2K26, and I am losing hope on that, I'm not really holding my breath about it, but if she does make it into 2K26 in any way, yeah, the WrestleMania 42 pack is fitting, but I think getting her alongside Brie is slightly more fitting with A, them being women's tag team champions, and B, them being able to capitalize off of this new model with their ringside pass format that in some cases will try to entice you to buy those tier skips and spend extra money to potentially get Paige. And with her not being a promised DLC character, if she does make it into DLC 5, I think they could stick her at tier 40 to try and entice players to pay or grind for her quickly. But again, none of that is confirmed, none of that is teased. We don't know anything about Paige being scanned for the game, so I think if she's not in 2K26 in this upcoming DLC, it won't even matter too much because a lot of players are already checking out, but she is likely a guarantee for the WWE 2K27 roster, which I think is cool, but the WrestleMania 42 pack release date has not been revealed yet. December 31st is still the placeholder date. I think if we don't get this in 2 weeks with DLC number 4, we'll get it in August potentially, which does give players something to look forward to over the next couple of months. I do think WrestleMania attires for the likes of Rhea Ripley, Jade Cargill, CM Punk, or Penta could pop up in my faction at some point as well, or literally anyone else on the WrestleMania card, because as I mentioned last year, we got Penta and Roman Reigns, maybe a couple of other names within my faction who weren't included in the WrestleMania 41 pack. We can also look forward to upcoming personas because July 17th seems to be the release date for this Trish Stratus 2000 persona from her debut attire, and this is a very exciting persona. The only thing not exciting is that this seems to be popping up in my faction, which will likely take you through a grind or a paywall to get Trish Stratus, and despite this model being very exciting to look forward to, I don't think the method to unlocking it will be something to look forward to. We also saw an unreleased persona in the form of Walter, and that seems to have been an unfinished persona that will be finished down the line and added to the game at some point, which I think is good because if we got the Walter persona as Gunther in the Walter attire, that's super disappointing.
Mom, Dad's been away working for a whole year. We finally get to see him today, right?
That's right, honey. We're going to the city where he works to surprise him.
Yay! Dad's over there!
Walter and Gunther are completely different people at this point, and it is cool to see that Walter will potentially be a finished persona in the very near future. DLC 4 is on the way, with the release date seemingly scheduled for July 22nd according to the Nintendo shop, so that means we're about 2 weeks out from it. On July 8th, the day of recording, we have 16 days until Ringside Pass number 4, and this is probably the most exciting Ringside Pass so far, simply because of the Hardy Boys. But with Ringside Pass number 3, we got our first reveal on May 12th, and the Ringside Pass was released on June 3rd, giving us a 22-day advance of our first screenshot and our first information on the pass. We are, as I mentioned, 16 days out of July 22nd in Ringside Pass number 4's potential release date, so I do just wonder where the content is at, where the information is at, where the screenshots and the entrance videos are at. We have gotten practically nothing so far for Ringside Pass number 4, except for some leaks by Joe mashups, because we have seen renders for the likes of Lady Shani, Jelly Roll, Matt Hardy, and Jeff Hardy, which are our confirmed DLC characters for this pack. However, we have also seen renders for the likes of supposed personas in Retro Lita and Retro Jeff Hardy. We also have an in-game screenshot from Joe mashups that shows off the current Jeff Hardy model, who allegedly has a with and without face paint look. And this attire from Jeff Hardy, I believe, comes from the February 25th, 2025 edition of NXT, when the Hardys teamed up to take on No Quarter Catch Crews, Tavion Heights, and Miles Bourne. The Jeff Hardy screenshot that went viral got a lot of criticism, but I think it looks fine. I think it captures current Jeff nicely, and I don't really have an issue with this model. However, I do specifically look forward to seeing how the retro Hardy models look, because if they look like old Hardy Boys, then that is going to be super disappointing, and that will be something to not look forward to with the upcoming pass. But speaking of retro Hardys, we keep getting all of this information about name files and renders for the likes of Jeff Hardy 2000 and Lita 2000, but we're not seeing much for Matt. I don't think there's any way we get Lita and Jeff retro versions without a Team Extreme Matt Hardy. At least I hope so, but we haven't really seen anything yet, so it is getting scary, but I think we will also get a retro Matt Hardy. At least I hope so. But is that it for exciting content? Well, Danhausen's in pass number 5. I guess that has some excitement. Like I said, Brie Bella will be a pass 5 character as well. And I did make that baseless speculation for Paige to be added in pass number 5 as well. So I think pass 5 has its excitement around it as well. There will also likely be an extra DLC like we got with the Bray Wyatt edition, the Bad Bunny edition, the Farewell Pack. But outside of that, it feels like this is it for exciting content. The Hardys are those DLC characters that seemingly everyone was clamoring for, and that seemed to be it. So I do look forward to seeing any other content we get. However, as of right now, and as of the past couple of weeks, I've been pretty checked out of WWE 2K26. If you've been following this channel, I've been making retro showcase videos and just different content on WWE games rather than WWE 2K26, because there's not really much to talk about, there's not really much to do, and I've personally been checked out, and after the Hardys DLC, I think I might be mostly checked out until the build to 2K27, but I hope my mind has changed. I hope there is more to be excited about. And if Ringside Pass returns in 2K27, which I think it will despite the negative feedback, they need to be more prepared. They need to be able to pack every single pass full of content that the fans actually want to play through, because being forced to grind through 6 passes, most of which don't have content to justify hours of gameplay to go all the way toward the end and finish, is a model that I think will get fans sick of the series. And I do think 2K26, as we sit here right now in July, is the most dead 2K game we've gotten in a couple of years. But I hope it livens back up. I hope we get some exciting content over the next couple of months. Let me know what you think of all the information we got today. Like the video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this in the future. Thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next time.
Go to own.pro, the ultimate streamer tool. Access over thousands of...
What's up, guys? Welcome back to a brand new video, man. Today we have some new upcoming My Faction Battlefield Pass content as of patch 1.
Time for the main event!
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. So about 4 days ago, I posted a poll up on the channel, and it said, or asked the question, are you still playing WWE 2K26? And it got about 10,000 votes, and I was really shocked at what got the most votes. So we'll go over that today. And it kind of leads me to believe that 2K27 might be in a world of hurt if they don't try a few things I'm about to suggest in the later half of this video. We're also going to talk about the Ringside Pass and how I feel about it so far now that we're halfway through, because we're literally about to get Ringside Season Pass 4. I just finished up and unlocked everything for Ringside Pass Season 3. I have mixed feelings on it, so we'll talk about that a little bit here too. Then we're going to talk about the current gaming landscape and how I feel that if 2K27 doesn't do what I'm about to suggest, like I said earlier, I don't think it's going to do very well financially. So without further ado, let's get into today's topics. Alright, so here is the poll in question that I asked about 4 days ago, as I said in the beginning of the video. It says, are you still playing WWE2K26? The first option is yes, every day at 14%. I'm shocked that a lot of you keep playing it, but some people, it's the only game they buy every single year, and well, it's the only thing you buy, it's the only thing you're going to play. So that makes sense. A lot of people love these franchises and haven't been playing them since the original, so they're not burnt out on it, like a lot of us are. The second option is off and on, waiting on DLC, and I feel like this is where 90% of content creators are at, and this is at 27%. Most of us content creators, every time there's an update or a patch or something, we come back, we play the game a bunch, test everything out, make a bunch of videos, and then we move on to something else as we're waiting for the next patch. It's pretty much the cycle of the 2K games. Anyway, then the next one is no, I moved on / done with the game. So that's at 11%. So a lot of people have moved on, are starting playing something else, or maybe returned the game, or they're just done. They just moved on. They don't care what they do with the game going forward. That's at 11%, off of 10,000 votes, by the way. And then the last one, which sparked this entire video, was that 47% said they never got the game. They never picked it up. This kind of like made me sit back and go, wow. Why didn't they not pick it up yet? Well, if you look at the entire landscape here, there's multiple options here. Option A, there's a lot of people still on last gen that couldn't buy the game because, well, they dropped off last gen and they're only doing current gen, so PS5, Series X, and PC. Option B, there was the Ringside Pass fallout, like people seeing a battle pass in a yearly release game. And the way the first pass was where your wrestlers were locked all the way up to tier 20 that you paid extra for, even though they fixed that, they righted the ship, you get them right away now. The damage had been done, and I think a lot of people pretty much wrote this game off and don't follow it anymore. They're done. They don't care. So that's option B. And then option C is that, well, there's so much content in these games, like 2K25, 2K24, a lot of people are probably still in 2K25 trying to complete or do everything in that game. If you're like me and you play multiple games, I mean, one wrestling game could last you years. Years. And the fact that they shut the servers down for each game, it's stupid. It's like you could still make sales off of the old games. You can make sales off of 2K25. You can make sales off of 2K24, 2K23. I don't know why they delist them. It must have something to do with the licensing for all the wrestlers and everything they put in there. Maybe if it goes past the time frame, they have to pay those wrestlers more money, which doesn't make any sense because it should be included with the sales, of the game. Like if this game does X amount of sales, you guys get this percentage and whatever. I don't understand how that whole thing works, but I have a feeling because there's so many different contracted wrestlers in the game that have to get paid for their likeness, I have a feeling that has something to do with it. But
stop playing alone. Make every game a shared experience. Hacko AI keeps you company with real-time interaction and feedback.
There's a druid side quest.
It just blows my mind. 47% have still not picked up the game, and we're already into the Ringside Season Pass 3. And another reason, option C or D, where I forget where we're at now, let's just call it option D. Another reason could be the fact that they see this Ringside Pass. We're all the way to Ringside Season Pass 3, and they're like, holy crap, I'm way behind. I'm just going to wait for 2K27. Because even though you can unlock them whenever you want, they don't lock out, they don't run out or anything like that, you still have to come into the game, and you're literally starting at level 0, and you have to get all the way to tier 40 3 times. 3 times, so 3 separate times if you buy it now. If you wait until Ringside Season Pass 4, 5, and 6 come out, you're going to have 6 Ringside Passes that you're grinding to level up to get all the content if you buy the premium version. Isn't that crazy? Like, if I hadn't bought the game yet, I'd be like, oh man, I'm way behind. I might just stick with 2K25 and wait for 2K27. See, that is where the Ringside Pass is a double-edged sword, and I feel like they didn't really think this through. It's like, oh yeah, but you can complete it whenever you want. Yeah, that's true. But if you see a player who's finally done 2K25 and wanting to move up because the game 2K26 is on sale, but they know about the Ringside Pass and how far behind they are, they might just be like turned off, like, you know what? Nah, I'll just wait for next year's game. That's a looming thing. That's what I said this before the game even came out, that they put so much crap in these games for you to do. Eventually the games are going to eat themselves, and nobody's going to buy the next one because they're going to be still playing 2K26. If it wasn't for the channel, unless 2K27 does something crazy like add create a story or a bunch of new creation features or an overhaul of how the game looks visually, I wouldn't buy it. Like, I would be still playing 2K26 because they added body morphing. I'm good. 200 character creation slots, body morphing. The characters look better than they ever have as far as like creative characters are concerned. I'm good. Like, it has all the match types. It has ragdoll physics. I wouldn't need another wrestling game until they do a massive overhaul of everything. I'm good. I'm content. And if I could figure out mods like Mr. Dubs, shout outs to him, I probably wouldn't buy the next 10 games unless they did something crazy. And that's where I fear this franchise is at. If they're not careful, nobody's going to want 2K27 except for the diehards, the ride or die fans of the franchise, and the people that love just making content for these games. We're going to probably be the only ones that buy the game because we want to cover it. We want to play them. So that being said, I have some suggestions for 2K27, and a lot of you will probably love it, or a lot of you will probably hate it, but I think it needs to happen if 2K27 is going to be a success, or if you want anybody to even give it a shot. So I don't know if you guys have been playing Dead or Alive 6. I've been covering that on the channel. The next video, in fact, is going to be talking about that game. There's some cool new stuff coming into there. But in Dead or Alive 6, they have a version of the game that's free to play. That's called the Core Fighters, where it rotates the fighters around, it rotates the modes around. I feel like that could be an option for 2K27 to get people's foot in the door to at least try out the game. I'm not talking about like a trial version or like that. I'm talking about a legitimate free-to-play version because they have all the free-to-play elements in the game already. Literally, you just have to get rid of that barrier of entry. If you look at the current console landscape, consoles are almost $1,000 now, and they might be by the time 2K27 comes out. You're going to need to do everything in your power to get people in the door because people's money is going to be tighter than ever. They're going to spend way less money than ever. And since you put so much content into 2K26, they might just skip 2K27 altogether because they just simply can't afford it. And there's other games they'd rather play. Like, who knows what's coming out in the beginning, first half of next year? We could get a new Pokemon. We're getting Tomb Raider. We're getting a bunch of other stuff. Who knows? People might still be playing Grand Theft Auto. Grand Theft Auto Online might launch early next year, right around 2K27. There's so many various factors that if you want people to get into 2K27 day one, you kind of need a free-to-play version of the game. Now, that doesn't mean we're not going to get the paid versions of the game, because Dead or Alive 6 does this. They have the free-to-play version, and they have a paid version where you get all the characters. You don't get all the costumes, but you get all the characters. There's multiple routes that they could do this. It'll be really confusing, but a free-to-play version of the only wrestling game in town would speak volumes, and it would get people in the door to try out the game. Right now, they currently have a $70 barrier, unless it's on sale, of course, to get into the game. That's a lot of money for anybody. Like $70, and it'll probably be $80 next year for the base game, and probably $160 or $170 for the top tier edition next year. Thanks to Grand Theft Auto 6, by the way. So I'm really curious how they're going to approach 2K27, and I have a feeling that they're going to have some sort of free-to-play version of the game to get people in the door. I'm not talking about a demo. I'm not talking about a trial. I'm talking about a legitimate free-to-play version of the game. You know they could do it. It shouldn't be that difficult, and I think it would really help the game going forward, because then people could just pick and choose the wrestlers they want. If they let them buy them individually, oh my god, imagine how many SKUs there will be on the storefront. You can buy Stone Cold for $2.99. You can buy Denhausen for $2.99. Again, this doesn't mean we're not going to have a paid version where everything's included. I'm just saying they need to do something to get people in the door next year. Because if they're going to charge $80 for 2K27 baseline edition with nothing, none of the bells and whistles, I think it's in trouble. Oh, all right. So let's switch gears here. Let's talk about the Ringside Pass, because we're about halfway through. So we're about halfway through the Ringside Season Pass, and I have mixed feelings about this. I kind of like it, but I also can't stand it. I'm like right in the middle. I like the fact that it gives us a bunch of extra content, like virtual currency, moves, creation parts, persona cards, and all that kind of stuff included with that $10 price tag for each Ringside Pass. We get 4 mainline wrestlers. What I don't like about it is how it forces me to play the game in a way I don't want to. I just want to create wrestlers and play as my wrestlers and play universe mode. Doing what I do in the game should unlock Ringside Pass points regardless. Like if you spend 20 hours or 100 hours in the Create a Wrestler and you get 0 experience points for the Ringside Pass, that's ridiculous to me. It's like, give us something. Every wrestler you upload, right, that to the online servers should give you some RXP, or however many people download your Create a Wrestler. So let's say you have a Create a Wrestler, it gets downloaded 100 times. Let's see, it gives you a ton of RXP. There's ways to go about this to really reward people for creating wrestlers. I spent over 130, 40 hours making wrestlers, and most of that time I didn't get any Ringside Pass points, obviously, because I was just making wrestlers. Now I do go and test them out. I play them in universe mode, but for the most part, most of my time I'm not earning or unlocking anything, and that kind of looms over in the back of my mind, where it kind of forces me to go play the modes I don't want to play to unlock everything. I hate that. It just annoys me the crap out of me. So what I would do for 2K27 is throw out the Ringside Pass, bring back the SmackDown Mall, and bring back a player level system to where you have an overall level that's tied to the server. Otherwise, if you lose all your data, you have to restart from level 0 each time. So it has to be connected to the internet, which is stupid, I know, but it's the only way to keep it safe from your save getting deleted and all that kind of stuff. So if they do that, like in Dead or Alive 6, I don't know if you guys have ever played those games. I've been covering on the channel too. Go check them out. It's a fun fighting game with certain physics, if you will. In that game, they have an overall player level to where everything you do in the game, you level up. Like every fight you do, you level up your player level, and you get to unlock extra things. There's titles. You get points to unlock costumes, all that kind of stuff. They could go that route where they have in-game currency. They could just use virtual currency if they want everything tied to that. And every time you level up, or every time you do X amount of matches, or do certain milestones like in-game achievements, basically you get a bunch of virtual currency to go spend on the SmackDown Mall. I think that's a route to go. They could have the max level be 100. And then once you reach level 100, you should have enough points to literally buy everything. If you don't want to have to wait to level up, you can still go spend virtual currency to unlock everything in the SmackDown Mall outright. I don't know, having everything tied to a ringside pass is really, I don't know. I just don't like how it forces me to want to go play the game a certain way, but I also like it because I get extra content. You see what I'm saying? So they have to find that balance. If it was me, if I was a developer, I would just toss it out and bring back the SmackDown Mall and test that out. Because the whole concept of a ringside pass / battle pass has literally hurt this game so much that people won't even touch it, or they're just waiting for the next game to see what happens. Because as I said earlier, let's say you just bought the game and they're at Ringside Season Pass 3, you're 3 seasons behind. You're going to feel a little pressure regardless, if you care about it or not. Like, oh man, I want to get my content that I paid for before they shut the servers off. I'm going to go force myself to play to get that stuff instead of going and playing the modes I want to play. So now you're kind of directing players in a direction of the game that shouldn't be directed because they're going to fear of missing out the stuff they paid for, like the virtual currency, the extra stuff, the extra content that comes with it. Obviously, you get your wrestlers right away, but I'm talking about like the Persona cards. Like if you want Kane and Brock Lesnar, you're going to have to hurry up and get through that ringside pass before eventually, in a couple of years, they'll shut the servers off and you won't be able to get those anymore. Like, we don't know how they're going to do that. We don't know what the fallout of that's going to be. Like, if they shut the servers down 2 years from now, can you still get your paid DLC? That's what I want to know. If they shut the servers down, can you still get the virtual currency and all that? Well, virtual currency gets shut off when they shut the servers down, but you see what I'm saying? Obviously, you can't play the island mode. Obviously, you can't play My Faction, and you can't use Community Creations. But can you still download and access the paid content you paid for, like the wrestlers, like the AAA wrestlers, like Matt Hardy and Demolition and Kelly Kelly? Can you unlock all those still? Let's say if you buy the game after the servers get shut down. Obviously, they delist the game too, but some people will still find it out there physically. Some people will have it downloaded. Can we go back and download? What if we, hypothetically, let's say you never finished all the ringside passes, and you didn't buy 2K27. You load up the game after they shut the servers down. Can you still get your content that you paid for if you didn't redeem it? That's where they need to figure that out. Because I have a feeling there's a massive lawsuit that could happen down the line if they don't figure that stuff out with with this game especially. Anyway, I blatted on long enough. Thank you for watching. How do you feel about the ringside pass now that we're halfway through? What are your fears with the gaming industry going bonkers with price increases? And do you think 2K27 should have a free-to-play model? 3 questions. Sound in the comments below. As always, thank you for watching, and stay frosty.
For a fight and is delivering one now. What a Frankensteiner! What a crossbody! Delicious!
We have got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is Base 44. This is the first look at the current industry-leading AI app builder, and you wouldn't believe the kind of apps that people are creating. Smart nutrition apps, inventory trackers, onboarding tools.
Time for the main event!
Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. So there's this massive news that has dropped for physical games, and I want to talk about how this could affect wrestling games going forward because, well, I got some games out here, my physical collection. I have a lot more downstairs. There's a bunch behind me on the shelf, as you can see. Tons of Switch games, tons of PlayStation games. I've been collecting physical games for like 30 years. Over time, obviously I've traded in, I've sold, I've bought, all that kind of stuff. I have a PS2 down here, a modded one, which is really cool because it's region free. Anyway, why am I talking about the Sony killing physical games issue on my wrestling channel? Well, let's get into this because I've wrote down a bunch of stuff. I did a little research here, and I'm terrified what could happen with my wrestling games that I've bought both physically and digitally, because going forward, what's to stop Sony from doing the things that we're about to talk about? And before we go any further, make sure you hit the subscribe button and leave a like down below. All right, here we go. So, number one, I kind of broke them up into sections here. My number one fear with this for wrestling games is let's say when we go to a new platform, let's say it's a clean slate. Let's say PlayStation 6 cannot play PS5 games both physically or digitally because they want everybody to rebuy everything into their new digital age that they're about to go into. What if there's no way to play our older games? Let's say you want to pop in 2K19 and there's no way to play it because you can't play your digital games on the future store, or it just because it doesn't take discs and you only own it physically. Well, you can no longer play that on the PlayStation 6. You can no longer download the DLC because it's been blocked off. So think about that. If you've been collecting wrestling games physically, and they're all out of print now, obviously, they've all been taken off the storefronts. If you want to go play WrestleMania, or not WrestleMania, WWE2K19, WWE2K20, 22, 23, whatever, you can no longer play those games on the PlayStation 6 when it comes out. Unless, of course, you've purchased it and it's on your digital storefront, right? So just think about that. All these old wrestling games that we have physically, like my shelf that I showed off at the beginning of the video, you can't play them anymore. They're stuck on old gen hardware, just like all the old wrestling games are now stuck on PS3, 360, all that kind of stuff because of licensing issues. That really sucks. That'll lead people to the internet to emulate, and well, people have done awesome updates and stuff with older wrestling games anyway. Honestly, I feel like the lifeblood of wrestling games is emulation, because we got one wrestling game that comes out every year, and that's it. Sure, there's other ones in the works that have been hitting brick walls over and over again, getting delayed and all sorts of stuff, like Ultra Pro Wrestling, the Wrestling Code. I think Ultra Violence Pro Wrestling got canceled. There's so many wrestling games that were in the works that have gone completely radio silent. So who knows what the future is. And now that there's no physical media that's going to be here in the future unless Sony backtracks, how are we going to play these games on future generations of hardware? That's what scares me. Especially like our WWE games that are sports titles that get removed every year or every couple of years. Yeah, collecting wrestling games or collecting the 2K games is not going to be possible anymore unless you buy everything digitally. Who knows? We'll get to the next thing here in a second. So leading into number two, as what we've been talking about here, not being able to play old games, they have the right, it's in the licensing agreement, to revoke your license to the game at any moment. So if it's an all-digital storefront, and there's no way to play the game physically, they can literally remove it from your account to incentivize you to buy the new game. Now, I don't think they would do that because it's like suicide. Let's say once it's removed from the storefront and they remove it from their library because they have the legal right to do so, it's in the terms of service when you sign up and buy digital games on the PlayStation, Xbox, or Switch. This isn't unique just to, heck, any digital storefront. Movies, music. I've had tons of music get removed from my library from the old Apple iTunes, which the reason why I stopped buying music is because half my freaking songs I purchased, granted they were only 99 cents a piece, were all removed. And when that started happening, I stopped buying digital songs. I was like, no way. I'm not wasting my money on this anymore. That even happened with a couple movies I bought. I didn't buy a lot, but I think I bought Scrubs on Amazon. I bought the entire, first season, because I wanted to see how it looked and ran on there. And then a couple months later, they lost the license to Scrubs, and it got removed from my account. And then they added it back later, and it showed the purchase button again. I'm like, I already purchased this. Why do I have to repurchase it? Well, it's because the license got removed, and then they got it back. So you have to buy it again if you want to watch it. That's what could happen with our wrestling games. They could literally remove old wrestling games from your account. Let's say you bought 2K20, let's say 2K22, right? Let's say we're on 2K26, 27, and you want to go back and play 2K22 because you remember there's a cool feature in there that you really like that hasn't been improved upon or fixed or got broken in a newer game or removed. Well, you go back to your account and it's removed. They could do that. I'm not saying they will, but they absolutely could do that and remove your old wrestling games so you're stuck playing whatever the newest one or two are. You might be stuck playing 2K25 or 2K26. Who knows?
They put 100,000 people on one arc and gave me a bed on deck 943. No elevator, only ladders. People fell every night. I climbed down for breakfast.
This is what my biggest fear is with this whole situation with PlayStation. What's to stop them from totally controlling everything? And pretty much, I mean, gaming's going to die in the next few years anyway if things continue. So
hello, Backful.
So anyway, that's the second thing. Now, the third thing that freaks me out about this is, what if you lose your account? What if some hacker steals your account, or you get banned for some random reason and you lose your entire account? All your game purchases, everything. You'll have to start with a clean slate. You won't have access to those wrestling games anymore because you can't. They're not on the service anymore to re-download, to repurchase, because they were all tied to your account that you lost. So let's say you have a huge collection of wrestling games. Like for me, I always buy the wrestling games because of the channel, because they get them early, digitally. But then once they go on sale, I always buy them physically, so I have a physical copy of the game sitting on the shelf behind me that we showed in the beginning of the video. The only one I haven't bought so far is 2K25, because I bought that game like 4 times, and I'm waiting for it to find it for like $10 or something used, because there's no way I'm giving them any more money for that game. But I have every single wrestling game from the original SmackDown all the way up to 2K24. I have Def Jam. I have all these wrestling games behind me. I showed you at the beginning of the video physically. I have some Japanese wrestling games like Wrestle Kingdom. I got the Ultimate Muscle wrestling games that are imports. I got every single wrestling game that I could possibly find physically, because I like collecting wrestling games, right? And I like having that physical backup, because just in case something happens, or they do remove it from the service, I still have a physical copy to play. So that's another thing. If you lose your account and you have all these wrestling games on your digital account, well, they're gone. You can never play them again. That's a huge, scary issue. Number 4, as I was kind of leaning into here, when it comes to all the platforms, I feel Sony has the worst security of all 3. They've been hacked multiple times. People are getting their accounts stolen, hijacked. It's ridiculous. If I lose my account on my PlayStation, I'm done. I will never, ever come back to PlayStation. In fact, I'm pretty much done as it is if they don't keep physical media alive, because of all the storefronts to go fully digital on, Sony is the last one that I would pick. I would never pick Sony first. I'd rather go to Xbox because they have much better security, or Steam. And since we're all leaning towards PC anyway, might as well just go to PC. I have a really powerful PC I bought right before all the RAM stuff went crazy, mainly for the channel, but I might just start playing wrestling games on here. I got plenty of storage left in there. Mostly just use it to create videos. I have a couple PC games that I play here and there, nothing crazy, like kind of like Ark Survival Evolved and all that kind of stuff. But for the most part, I'll probably just go PC or something. I love the simplicity of consoles. That's why I've been using consoles for so long, and that's why most of my content comes from the PlayStation, recording off of my capture card. But if this is going to be the future of all, like I said, of all the consoles that I would go fully digital on, I'd rather even go fully digital on Nintendo than the PlayStation because of their crappy security. I have my entire account like totally blacked out and nobody can look at it and all that kind of stuff, because I'm terrified that someday, because I have so much history on my account, that someone's going to steal it. And that terrifies me, because I would lose a lot of stuff on there. 20 years of trophies, game saves, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So that terrifies me, and like I said, of all the consoles, Sony's the last one I would pick to go all digital. Number 5. If they do go fully digital, currently we can buy games from PlayAsia and other import games and play them on our PlayStations and with no issues, right? You don't have to log into their storefronts or anything. You do if you want their DLC, because the game's DLC is locked regionally. But if you want regional games, they could easily region lock the console to where you can't access other storefronts. Let's say there's a game that doesn't release in your region, or a certain version of the game that doesn't release in your region, and you want to play that version of the game. Well, you're stuck playing your region's game only if they decide to region lock your storefront to wherever you got your console, because they're already doing region-locked consoles to get cheaper sales for Japan. They have a region-only version, a region-locked version of the PlayStation 5 because people were buying it over there because it was cheaper and importing it over here. It was cheaper to do that than to buy it here. So they have a region-locked Japanese PlayStation to where it only works with, you know, Japanese games and all that kind of stuff. So that's crazy to me. They could easily do that to lock out storefronts to make sure you only get whichever version is in your region. That would be terrible for wrestling games going forward.
Okay,
Let's say someone finally makes a cool import wrestling game and you can't play it anymore. Like, let's say they make another Fire Pro Wrestling and it's only available in Japan. Well, you can't play it. You have to either buy, import a Japanese PlayStation 5 and try to, unless you can read Japanese, you got to try to figure out the menus and all that kind of stuff. So, this could really hurt PlayAsia.com, which is where you get a lot of cool physical import games and stuff like that. Because I think most of their purchases and stuff are either for the Switch or for the PlayStation. Because Xbox, nobody buys anything on Xbox physically anymore. But anyway, you see what I'm saying here? There's a huge ripple effect that's going to happen if they don't backtrack and make physical games again. That's what I'm talking about on this channel. I want to do my part and try to help physical media stay alive because, well, you saw my shelf. I got a huge bunch of shelves downstairs. If you don't believe me, sound off the comments below and I'll post pictures on the timeline. It's just, this is crazy. This feels like the end of gaming, like in general, like prices, no physical media, all this stuff, terrible games, live service games.
Well, my day has been good. How's your
bad
day?
decision, mass layoffs. The crash is literally here, and I don't know what can save it. Number 6 is they could potentially have no more sales, like they have their PS Plus sales and stuff like that. They control the stores, so they wouldn't have to put anything on sale. They could literally keep it at full price forever, or just put 5% off because there's nowhere else to get it. There's nowhere else to buy it. There's no Amazon, there's no GameStop, there's no competitive platform to purchase the games on, like Steam. Steam has other PC storefronts, but Steam always has these amazing deals. I don't know if Sony would see them as competition and try to keep the sales going, because I will say this, Sony does have pretty good sales. But will
I'm talking to people on my laptop right now.
On your games digitally?
Just to let you know.
I don't know. That's something we'll have to wait and see. Number 7, let's say you went to play an older game that was only available digitally, but got removed from the store before you bought it, and without the secondhand market, the game is now lost forever. So what I'm trying to say here is, let's say you skipped 2K27, right? And you bought 2K29, and you heard, 2K27 had this really cool feature that got removed in 2K29, and you want to go back and play it. Well, 2K27 has been removed from the storefront, and because there's no physical copy to go purchase on the secondhand market, it's gone. You can never play it again. It's removed. All the DLC, all the wrestlers. Let's say it had your favorite wrestler in it or something, or your favorite cast, wrestlers, roster, and it's gone. It's gone forever. That could happen, and probably will happen. So that's another thing. If you don't buy the game day one or within the window before it gets removed, you can no longer ever play that game. Killing games preservation. So that's crazy. Number 8.
Hey, do you want to start streaming? With All Pro, you get access to...
This could lead to more censorship. They could update the game at any time and censor things whether you like it or not. Perfect example on this channel, I cover Dead or Alive, and if you know about the physics in the games, one of its major selling points is the fan service, because no other game does that. Well, they could easily censor that if they wanted to, because they have full control over the digital storefronts. So that's a thing. Now, my closing thoughts on this, because we've gone a little long here, but I just want to drive this point home, because I want to make it make sense with wrestling games. I'm mostly talking about wrestling games because this is a wrestling game channel. They've already delisted Dead or Alive 6 base game on the PlayStation, so that's another thing. Luckily, they left up all the DLC, so you can still purchase the DLC because it's compatible with the new game. But let's say you wanted to play the older version of it because it has certain features you want. Same thing with wrestling games. Well, it's been removed, and if you didn't buy it, you're SOL. You can't buy it anymore.
I have 10 viewers.
Because it has a physical copy, you can still go buy the physical copy and play it
so
that way.
I'm almost
so
off
you're not completely lost. But in the future, PS6 generation, you're screwed. If they remove from the storefront and you never purchased it because you're waiting for a sale, you just didn't have the money at the time, you're SOL. That's the future that everybody's fighting to stop, if that makes sense. So regardless of if you buy digital or physical, Sony killing off physical discs hurts us either way. Imagine wanting to load up an older wrestling game, but they removed it from your library because they want you to buy the new one instead. Like we talked about earlier, it's literally the death of collecting and games preservation, and I'll drop the platform if they don't backtrack and keep making physical games. I have been playing mostly on PlayStation since the PS1. When the 360 came out, I switched to Xbox 360 because the PS3 was ridiculously overpriced. It didn't have achievements, all that kind of stuff, but I eventually came back to PlayStation 3 and PlayStation 4. I would have stuck with Xbox if they didn't do the stupid Xbox One reveal with always online DRM, which is pretty much where we're at now. And if the Xbox One backtracked that and got rid of the Kinect and had full backwards compatibility at launch, I would still be playing on Xbox to this day. I never would have left. And I was going to switch back to Xbox during the Xbox Series X launch and the first couple of years because I wasn't really feeling it with the PlayStation exclusives and how they were doing things. Plus the PlayStation was, in the early days, was very fragile. I felt like the thing was going to break at any moment. The Xbox was rock solid. The games were rock solid. They had really good, like, a couple of first-party games, like Halo Infinite. I kept waiting for the split-screen co-op, which got canceled.
Are you multitasking? Watching the stream and
they just had one miss after another. And Starfield. It was a fun game. It just wasn't that 10-10 game that we were expecting. So I feel like that was a swan song for the Series X consoles. And I was literally about to switch because I liked how Xbox did everything. I like how it tracked your games. I liked the achievements. I always liked achievements. I think they're really cool. I like how they had their ecosystem.
I wish I still had my gaming laptop so I could do that.
Sony has removed their reward system. Nintendo has removed their reward system for purchasing games. Microsoft's the only one that does that. Not even Steam does that. And I was literally this close to switching. And then all of a sudden, Microsoft gave up and started putting their games on the competition. And when I saw them, like, oh, they're about to go turn into Sega, I guess I'll stick with PlayStation because, well, Microsoft gave up. Hopefully, tomorrow, I think it's tomorrow, or no, Monday.
Yes,
hopefully Monday
will have
isn't
a new one.
entire catastrophe because of all the layoffs that are about to happen and a bunch of studio closures. We'll have to wait and see until Monday, but if Monday is not as bad as I think it's going to be, who knows? I might switch to Xbox, or I might just say screw it and finally, after all these years, go full PC and play on PC, and then have the Switch for Pokemon because I love Pokemon. Anyway, how do you feel about all this? Sound off the comments below. Are you a physical or digital buyer, or you kind of do a little bit of both like I do? I'm mostly physical, as you can see, is my shelf and everything behind me. I have like 200 freaking Switch games and probably 1,000 PlayStation games across all platforms. I like having that physical media. It's nice. Anyway, thank you for watching, and as always, stay frosty.
Hello there, Commonwealth from here. Getting more information, well, at least hints, or if you want to say leaks, about the Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, because it seems like it might take a little bit of time before Nintendo decides to share more than just a sleeping Link, and the mark of the hero showing up on his hand, along with the change of the Master Sword and Hylian Shield. We already talked plenty about that, but here is the big question, because it could change everything if it is true, but not necessarily. It also could be just Nintendo being smart because they want this game to sell. So what is the leak? Coming from PlayAsia, and it's saying 60 USD. I'm sorry I haven't been able to bring that up sooner. I've still been sick, as you can sadly hear from my voice. But what we need to make sure is that it's 60 USD for the Japanese version. And games in Japan are cheaper than they are in the West. Plus, it could also very likely be a placeholder, and we have seen PlayAsia be wrong in the past. I don't think we're gonna get the price of Ocarina of Time remake from Nintendo for a while at least. July, some are saying it's possible. I don't see it's happening. This is Splatoon Raiders month, and the soonest anything can happen is when you have a month where you don't have a big release. And in that case, that is August. August, because September obviously has Fire Emblem, but also possibly a general Nintendo Direct. So why are people so stressed about the 60 USD price? Well, the main reason is what happened with Star Fox is the fact that it was 50 USD and it didn't do much changes. But the thing about Star Fox is it's hard to make changes to that game, especially when you're trying to remake it. The best thing they could do was really adding those new cutscenes and upgrading the graphics plus some of the gameplay and also updating the voice acting. We all need to be aware that Ocarina of Time Remake is Nintendo's big holiday game of 2026. And by being that, it is a title that is going to go up against the giant that is GTA 6. Something that we also were talking about when we're talking about the release date challenge or problem, if you want, for Ocarina of Time Remake and how it needs to be at least a few weeks away from that game. Obviously, just like GTA 6, Ocarina of Time Remake has enormous expectations, something that Nintendo is well aware of because the demand has been there for a very long time, and we have seen it through the Unreal Engine remake attempts from Cryzenix, Yanni Papazis, Ruan Link, who have wanted to just show what this classic and masterpiece can look like in the modern age. Just doing a Star Fox remake will not be enough, especially what we have seen with remakes from not just Western developers, but Japanese developers. Most likely, sources of inspiration behind the Zelda Ocarina of Time remake are Square Enix and Capcom, mainly with Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth, and now Revelation. Obviously, Nintendo's not going to split up Ocarina of Time into multiple parts, though at $60, you never know. But I doubt they would do that. It would definitely cost them, and it's too much risk with GTA 6 right there. We're most likely going to see Ocarina of Time Remake in November. So I think Capcom's Resident Evil remakes are a better indication where, yes, you keep the main content there, but also expand and change it. And price-wise, if we look at these remakes, $60 for a Japanese version isn't really all that dramatic. Like, what my expectations were, if they are not going the ridiculous route, is $70. And that's the price you're supposed to have for remakes. The $80 price tag is reserved for brand new, massive games that go way above 50-hour threshold. That's why also Donkey Kong Bonanza wasn't $80, it was $70. We also know that Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is $80. The reason is very simple. It is the size and length of the game that Nintendo is now doing with the variable pricing. Star Fox, on the other hand, very short game, much like we saw with the Yoshi game. And Ocarina of Time doesn't mean that Nintendo is just doing the bare minimum. It's just that the game length is not going to be on the same level as, say, Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom, which Ocarina of Time has never been in the first place. With that in mind, will we not see any major changes then? Will we just see the same faulty problems that this game has been plagued with? Absolutely not. Not from a controller perspective, because that's where the real upgrades are needed when we think about it. Dual analog camera controls is a no-brainer. We saw it already in Majora's Mask 3D in 2015. So the way I see it is that normally this price of a remake of this scale and size would be $70. But $60 could be Nintendo's strategy to, sell more Nintendo Switch 2s. Getting those Zelda fans who have been on the fence because, well, they already played Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. They were not interested in Age of Imprisonment. To buy the system, buy a themed bundle of Ocarina of Time, and since that bundle doesn't include the game, then you have to pay additionally, and $60 is then a good way of saying, hey, you had to pay $500 for this system, so here is our gift to you. You're only paying $60. But of course, once again, that is the Japanese version. More likely the Western version is going to be $70. And if that's the case, and it is $70, we are likely to see more changes than one. If anything, we're going to see cut content added in, making the game feel as organic and meaningful as possible, something we'll get back to also in our next video. Apart from the graphical changes and obviously dual analog camera controls, which are likely to be shown the moment we see the game again, is stuff like certain cut areas and expanding the world of Hyrule itself, improving Castle Town so that it's not just a background anymore, adding the streets that we know are there from the map in 1998. That is cut content. That is stuff that would have been there if it wasn't for the limitations at the time. Because we have to remember, Ocarina of Time is a game that was based on limitations. Star Fox 64 wasn't to the same degree because it was an on-rails shooter. You can't compare apples to oranges, so Star Fox to Zelda. And even though the game would be not $80, that doesn't mean that we're not getting a proper remake, one that addresses a bunch of issues, that looks at how to modernize Ocarina of Time and adds new areas that were not explored explorable in the original game. It just means that the crazy stuff of adding 3 dungeons is not gonna happen in that scenario. Ice Cavern becoming a proper ice dungeon or ice temple, which doesn't make sense because you don't have a sage tied to it as well. Or the Wind Temple, which has the same problem. But the Light Temple does make sense, more in line with what we have been promoting in our videos, namely do changes to what is already there instead of adding too much new stuff. Modernize what is already great and look at what isn't that great and make those changes there. I think that this remake is going to be still ambitious, seizing what the legacy is of Ocarina of Time. It's the only game rated 99. It's the highest rated game, and this is going to be the ultimate version of it. So you cannot go there and then not change much, plus cut out stuff that was in the 3DS version in the first place. So Master Quest is in danger with this remake. I know what people have been asking for is just redo the dungeons. I want to experience these dungeons as brand new and keep the overworld the way it is. So a type of a Link Between Worlds experience. And I will say straight out to that, Ocarina of Time Remake is not a brand new game. It is a remake. It is a game that's going to keep what is there. I don't think any dungeon is going to be replaced. Or we're going to see Gerudo Fortress or the Ice Cavern turn into dungeons. Like, that's the charm of Ocarina of Time as well, is that you have these mini dungeons in the adult section, 3 in total. And I think those are brilliant as they are. They don't really need to be changed because your target through those are to get to the temples. And that is exactly what I think Ocarina of Time Remake is going to end up being. It's going to be a game that is going to evolve what is already there and add stuff where it makes sense to add it. In Castletown, maybe inside of Hyrule Castle, in the child section in this remake, because it's clearly the weaker section of the game, especially when it comes to temples. Lore, like, say, tied to the Hyrulean Civil War, which is one of the most important conflicts in the Zelda series. I would perhaps even argue it is the most important one, because it is the one that leads to the rise of Ganondorf in the unified timeline, before the timeline split, the most notorious moment in the Zelda series. Changes to what is there, but maybe not adding a lot of new stuff, especially not when it comes to dungeons, when it comes to brand new settlements and that range. Until Nintendo comes out and announces the full price and shows us more, it's gonna be very hard to make a stipulated guess of whether this game is gonna be a one-to-one recreation without any changes, which obviously will be met with criticism, as we have seen already with Star Fox Remake. But I think we're gonna find a middle ground, something that is not as drastic as Final Fantasy VII Trilogy, but is closer to what we have seen with Resident Evil, and also that way not being as close as Star Fox. Most likely we're gonna see something akin of Link's Awakening DX, where we get one new dungeon, and other than that, it's gonna be mostly graphical and technical improvements. If we get the Light Temple, maybe the only thing extra we get to explore is tied to the child section. Obviously, Light Temple will be in the adult section, and that would be Hyrule Castletown, far more freedom and exploration, and maybe also inside Hyrule Castle itself, on the way to Zelda's courtyard and that first meeting with Princess Zelda. Plus, we also know, of course, that Ocarina of Time Remake has been rumored and probably has a massive budget. It is the Zelda 40th anniversary game after all, and it's going to be closely tied to the marketing of the Zelda movie, which means that it cannot disappoint. It needs to deliver. It needs to be more than just exactly the same thing that we had in 1998. And yes, 2011. And if we don't get Master Quest, well, then it's less than we got in 2011. So Nintendo is well aware of that, and I think that they're taking this to heart, so that this remake is gonna be that best rated Nintendo game of 2026. What do you think about Ocarina of Time Remake and what PlayAsia has been posted? Sound off in the comment section down below. If you haven't already, then be sure to leave a like, subscribe and press the notification bell. Last but not least, a big thanks to you for watching, and to all our patreon.com/CommonRealm patrons. Special shoutouts go to our heroes, Cheryl, Garrett Hoy, Holly Wolf and Kintaro. You rock, and please enjoy these awesome videos.
This soundtrack didn't exist 10 seconds ago.
Hello there, Commonwealth from here, and it's time to talk about the one thing that really matters when it comes to Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, namely, when will we get to play it? Because we could be in a situation where, much like we saw with Echoes of Wisdom, and also for most of the world, Age of Imprisonment, where we didn't get to play the games until the release date. And the question is, when is that? Our most credible source when it comes to this matter is obviously Nate the Hate. He said holiday, but holiday can mean a lot. It can mean everything from the end of October all the way to a week in December. And there is a big trap in all of this that makes this release date thing a big challenge. Something that not many have really been even considering or talking about, because Ocarina of Time originally released on November 21st, 1998, and November 21st, 2026 is on a Saturday. In other words, it's impossible to launch it on that day. Also, it is just a few days after November 19th, which would be the typical Nintendo release date, for it to be close to this date. Namely, pretty much celebrating it. But we all know GTA 6 or Grand Theft Auto 6 is launching this day, and sure, you could pull off another Animal Crossing New Horizons and Doom Eternal situation where you have a big game launching on other systems and then a big game launching on Nintendo systems, but it is a little bit of a different situation this time. We're talking about the biggest game release ever against the release of the remake of the best rated game ever. It's a little bit different there because obviously one is going to sell more than the other, and as much as I would have loved to say that Ocarina of Time Remake will sell more than GTA 6, I'm a realist. I know that that is not going to happen, and even Nintendo will have to watch out when it comes to Thursday, November 19th for one particular reason, and that is what game are people going to play that week, the week after, and the week so on, all the way until the end of the year, holidays of 2026. We, hardcore Zelda fans, will obviously play Ocarina of Time Remake before playing GTA 6. But for the majority of gamers, especially those who got into because of the open world concept of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, so the reason why Legend of Zelda franchise is now so big as it is, they are probably going to play GTA 6 if they own a PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series console. That is just the truth of the matter. It's a game that people have been waiting for and they don't want to miss out. For us Zelda fans, it's hard to understand, but I would say November 19th is for this one particular reason out. Like, it would be awesome with the memes of Hero of Time coming out the same day as GTA 6. But that is not really a meme when you think about it. A meme would be it came out before or even right after GTA 6. At least GTA 6 came out before Ocarina of Time Remake, because another option here is of course Black Friday or the day before that, just Thanksgiving. I don't think we're gonna see Ocarina of Time Remake launch on Thanksgiving. As much as it would be interesting to launch it for Black Friday, especially with a bundled system that would sell like hotcakes on Black Friday. But we have to remember, in the rest of the world, Thanksgiving isn't a holiday. In Japan it isn't, in Europe it isn't, so maybe they could go for it. But of course America is just too big of and too important of a market to ignore there, unless you of course launch it physically in stores on Black Friday. That's the interesting thing as well, because GTA 6 is all digital. It's just code in a box. It's not even a disc anymore. And we know that PlayStation is gonna completely discontinue physical discs in 2028. So I think like Ocarina of Time is a very important statement on this specific time frame and bringing confidence to the fact that this is the Nintendo game that is closest probably to 2027. And as a result, confirming that it is physical, because that's also something that hasn't been. We don't know the price of this thing, we don't know the release date, we don't know if it's going to be physical or not, seeing everything that's going on with GTA 6 and now the future of PlayStation. It is also the only Nintendo game coming out in 2026 without a release date, or even a release window. It could have said holiday 2026 and that would have made it more confident. We know that of course from Nate, but the question is really in this case, how much and how long are we gonna wait for the release date of Ocarina of Time Remake? And the way I see it is that since we have the release date already of Nintendo Switch Sports, the last so far confirmed Nintendo game on October 22nd, we know that Ocarina of Time Remake will have to come out after it. The question is just how long after. Like, you could do it as a Halloween game already on the 29th of October, but I think they want to have a little bit of a space, at least 2 weeks, and that's where we come up with November 5th. November 5th makes sense because it is where Age of Imprisonment launched, specifically November 6th in 2025. Why does it work? It's 2 weeks before GTA 6. It allows people to play through Ocarina of Time and get the game before starting to play GTA. It is a good strategy, I think. and I believe that it is most likely the release date for Ocarina of Time Remake, unless it gets pushed out further into December, as we have seen with a few other Nintendo games, though that would of course exclude it, just like GTA is excluded from being nominated for Game of the Year, or any nominations for that matter, at the Game Awards. Question is Nintendo going to care about that? Hard to tell, really. Game Awards is mostly going to be used for the Zelda movie anyway, as we have seen in the past with the Super Mario Bros. Movie and also Super Mario Galaxy movie. It seems like that is the marketing outlet for the movies, not so much the games anymore. But of course, we have Zelda's 40th anniversary, and that one is lasting until February 2027. So if it is delayed, yeah, it could be delayed to like February. I don't see it happening though. I don't think they would have said 2026 otherwise. Remakes, remasters, they don't get delayed the same way as 3D games. Not even 2D games do that. We can use the history of Triforce Heroes, A Link Between Worlds, and most recently Echoes of Wisdom to make sure that it is only the new open-air games or 3D games that end up being delayed when they have a release year. But we also have information, well, rumor in this case, from Nash Weedle, namely that it is possible that we'll not see much more of Ocarina of Time Remake until September. Quite interesting, because that means that there's no Ocarina of Time at Gamescom. Of course, he's talking about a Zelda Direct, he's talking about a Nintendo Direct, which sort of makes sense. Those two could be entangled based on how rumors work. Sometimes they are correct with the format, sometimes they are correct with the content. Seeing what happened with Age of Imprisonment, and the fact that we got the release date of that game for November 6th in the September Nintendo Direct, so on September 12th, 2025, that is exactly where you do it. Ties to Zelda's 40th anniversary. I've already brought up the possibility of it being the starter of a September Nintendo Direct if it isn't a part of a dedicated Zelda 40th anniversary, or for that matter Zelda Ocarina of Time Remake Direct that is timed pretty much 2 months before the release of the game. And that brings us back to November 5th, because November 5th is a date that goes well with being well in the Zelda 40th anniversary. It is fitting with the release timing of Age of Imprisonment, staying away from, you know, maybe the most teasing spot if it wasn't there, but you have to watch out for GTA 6 this year. You can't launch a game on the same day or week. It's as simple as that. It's just a question of what people will play. Truth of the matter is, November 5th is just the perfect timing. It is the day that Nintendo is likely aiming for and have maybe also decided to go for. I actually wish that they had announced it already for November 5th, but the reveal of Ocarina of Time Remake with the changes that we have already seen happened before we got the pre-orders of GTA 6 and confirming rock solid Thursday, November 19th as the release date. And this is the strange thing also about Ocarina of Time Remake. It is not only the only Nintendo game of 2026 that hasn't had a confirmed release date so far, it is the only Zelda game, the Legend of Zelda game remake that has been revealed that hasn't gotten a specific release timing. We saw a similar situation with Link's Awakening remake where it said, but that was in February. The game wasn't coming out until September, so they had of course the E3 Direct in 2019 to solidify the day and still have months for marketing. But on the other side, after what we saw with Age of Imprisonment, even though Echoes of Wisdom did get its release date immediately as it was revealed in June, that was also a September release. This is most likely a November release, so revealing it 2 months before, if we get a Direct in the very start of September, so say September 7th or even September 1st, Tuesday the 1st is absolutely a possibility. It's something we have to keep in mind, and it is right after Gamescom, so people will be in gaming mood. We just got announcements about other games there, probably, if Ocarina of Time isn't there. And then you can start a marketing cycle and get the 2 full months, even more than 2 full months. That is my take on it. I think it is going to be Thursday, November 5th. But it could also be in the weeks before and after. It depends if it is just too close to Nintendo Switch Sports Resort or not. But what do you think? Do you think that Ocarina of Time Remake will have a release date before a September Direct, whether it's a Zelda Direct or a general Nintendo Direct? And do you think it will be in November or in October or December? Sound off in the comment section down below. If you haven't already, then be sure to leave a like, subscribe and press notification bell. Last but not least, a big thanks to you for watching and to all our patreon.com/CommonRealm patrons. Special shoutouts go to our heroes, Cheryl, Garrett Hoy, Holly Wolf and Kintaro. You rock, and please enjoy these awesome videos.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
We have a lot of new Nintendo Switch 2 news and game leaks to discuss today, one of which I am very excited to talk to you all about, and it is our headline kickoff story, which is none other than the fact that we may have just learned about not one, but two leaked Metroid games that are in development and potentially coming in the near future. And some of this we have to go back into the history books for, because we've been talking about the likelihood of something like a Super Metroid remake on this channel, but we also have something called Metroid Ravenous, which very well may be the mainline follow-up to Dread. I do not expect anything from 3D Metroid for a while, but 2D Metroid, it seems like we will be eating potentially very good in the year of 2026 and maybe into early 2027 with this news that will no doubt probably be officially revealed at the next Nintendo Direct presentation, likely in September. We then have a huge update in the gaming industry, which is that Sony is no longer supporting physical media past 2028. And we do actually learn some new production costs, not only from Sony, but also from Nintendo as part of this report. And as things stand right now, it seems like Nintendo has no plans to ramp down their physical media side of things. By next gen, who knows where we're going to be, but for now, seems like Nintendo fans will be safe, so we'll cover that. Then we have a Play Asia listing of Zelda Ocarina of Time at a specific price point for the game that I tend to not think is accurate, but it very well could be. But I'll discuss my 2 cents on all of that stuff when we get to it. And finally, Mario Kart World did get a rather sizable update with some new knockout tours that are currently available and some specific things you can now do with the photo mode. So we're going to break all of this down in detail. Before we do, make sure you like, subscribe, and turn on your bell notification to join Summer Nation if you're new here. And we're going to first kick this off over at VGC, where we are talking about a ratings board leak for a new Metroid game, not just rumor hearsay, but rather a straight up leak from a ratings board that supposedly has this new project playable to them, and they rated the game for Nintendo, and it's unannounced. What you have here, a rating for Metroid Ravenous has reportedly been spotted before quickly being removed. A new Metroid game announcement could be imminent. And you have, as reported by Universo Nintendo, the Brazilian Ministry of Justice and Public Security briefly listed a new game called Metroid Ravenous. The listing was quickly removed from the site, but not before the site's editor captured a screenshot of the listing. The short listing doesn't give much information on the game other than a 2026 production year. Given the length of time it took to develop Metroid Prime 4, if Metroid Ravenous is a new game, it's highly unlikely to be another first-person adventure unless it's a DLC expansion for Metroid Prime 4. Should the listing be legit, it's far more likely to be another 2.5D side-scrolling Metroid game, given that Metroid Dread was released 5 years ago and was a critical success for Nintendo. Developed by Spanish studio Mercury Steam, also known for Castlevania Lords of Shadow and Metroid Samus Return, Metroid Dread was a Nintendo Switch exclusive set after the event of Metroid Fusion, making it the last chronological game in Metroid's storyline to date. And you have the exact post in question from Necro Felipe over on Universo Nintendo, and he's posting this to X, but you can see a straight up screenshot of what has now been pulled down with the title in question, Metroid Ravenous. So it was announced back in 2023 that Mercury Steam was working on two large undisclosed titles, one of them a fantasy title. This turned out to be Blades of Fire, which was released last year, but the other title has yet to be revealed. Now, on one hand, this is already fantastic news because another mainline 2D Metroid game that is brand new from the ground up absolutely has me excited. I loved my time with Dread. It's one of my favorite 2D Metroidvania experiences, period, and I could not get enough of it when I played it. I didn't go back and check out the stuff after like the free content update they did with the easy mode because I didn't feel like it needed an easy mode. It definitely packs a difficulty punch, but I legitimately enjoyed my playthrough with that game, and I did complete a 100% run as well, and I never went back to it after that. It's probably time to kind of get back up to snuff with the Metroid 1 through 5 experience once again, so I'll kind of have to go through those games as I get time, but you just talk about what Mercury Steam did with an original Metroid game for the first time, and it's like no wonder Nintendo would actually want to give them another shot with an original entry. I mean, it was nominated for the 2021 Game of the Year award, rightfully so. The visuals were beautiful, the story cutscenes, the way they told the story, all excellent unfolding. Really liked the kind of, you know, more horror aesthetic Dread type of thing with the Emmy that would chase you down and things like that. I mean, the intensity that was in the gameplay of Dread from a survival standpoint, and like, I got to get away from this Emmy before I get totally killed, and or you get good at like that last second survival shot that you have to take them out, almost Perry-esque. That's really satisfying to pull off as well. But they did a lot of really good things with that game, and I do think that following up their success of Samus Returns with the remake, then Nintendo trusts them with a brand new entry, and it's been a while since Metroid Dread was out. It's probably time to see the next one, and I do wonder if Nintendo will actually treat this as something of a cross-generational title as well, because when you're making a 2D action-adventure Metroidvania game, you can easily probably still run that on the Switch 1 as well, and so it might actually be a game that is a pretty quick turnaround from when we learn about it at something like a September Nintendo Direct. But you guys might be surprised to hear about a ratings board leak for Metroid Ravenous, a brand new, apparently Mercury Steam developed, likely Metroid title. And what about those rumors we were talking about with a Super Metroid remake? Well, you can actually see over from Andy Robinson, the editor-in-chief over at VGC, posted this up when sourcing his article that he wrote up around this. He says, more than one of these are coming, I'm told. We're eating Metroid fans. And that is kind of crazy to say out loud, because he's suggesting not only one new 2D Metroid game, but two are actually in the pipeline. And this is where I want to take you guys back in time a little bit, because 3 months ago over on the R Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, you do have this YouTube comment posted Nintendo leaks that line up with Nate the Hate's latest podcast hours before it went up, also mentions new Wario Land and Super Metroid Remake. Okay, so we've referenced this a couple times here on the channel, but there's another Star Fox game that's maybe going to be a thing at some point in time, which does seem like a high possibility. A new Wario Land game rather, in 2027. But Super Metroid Remake, the claim is saying that it's close. Now, everything else in this comment lines up almost one-to-one with what Nate the Hate said in his podcast, and it was posted before his podcast went live. So I do tend to give it some validity that the likelihood of all this stuff happening, the more we see of it prove true, the more that, yeah, we should expect a second Star Fox game. We should expect a new Wario Land in 2027, as crazy as that sounds. And maybe if we see this Metroid 2D game thing check out from Andy Robinson, that's probably the Super Metroid Remake. And there has been some talk about whether or not this might be a pixel art style Super Metroid Remake, which would be an interesting direction to go. I think if they pull it off right, that would be super enjoyable. And I almost wonder if we get a little 2D Metroid section at the next Nintendo Direct, and it's kind of like, hey, Shadow drop Super Metroid Remake today on the eShop. You'll get a physical edition in a few weeks after that, and then we actually see them officially tease and announce Metroid Ravenous that will be out towards the end of this year and or early 2027. I do think that both of those timelines make a lot of sense. It could be a January or February game easily for next year. It could also slot into something like September or October, or be a December game for this year. So who knows what Nintendo has up their sleeves, but if they're cooking up two Metroid games, both 2D, I think one of them being a remake, like a Super Metroid remake, would be awesome already. But if we get that alongside of a new 2D Metroid game, your boy is going to be extremely happy and have tons of hours of Metroid gameplay to enjoy in 2026 and beyond. So if you can't tell, I'm very excited about this one. Obviously not confirmed, but a ratings board leak is a pretty concrete thing, and likely something that's not just made up or totally fake, especially with that exact title in question, which actually kind of makes sense if you played through Dread. So you get the idea. I'm hopeful for this one. But moving on from there, we do have essentially the death of physical games, at least from Sony's standpoint. We already knew Microsoft was 1 foot out the door. I'm not expecting them to stick around very much longer in this space. We may make like a weekend video deep diving this stuff, but I want to kind of hop into some new details that we learned about from production cost side of things for physical media, and maybe why Nintendo will stick around in this fight a little bit longer than the competition. You have here over from Nintendo Everything, Nintendo shows no sign of following PlayStation's physical media death, even though Switch 2 and Switch rumored to have much higher production costs. And you have here earlier today, Sony announced that it will discontinue physical releases for PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5, which has reignited concerns about the future of physical media across the gaming industry. Unsurprisingly, many fans have begun asking whether Nintendo could eventually make a similar move. At the moment, however, the company's strategy appears to point in the opposite direction. While game keycards have generated plenty of debate since their introduction, Nintendo has continued to demonstrate that physical releases remain an important part of its business, In fact, producing physical games is more expensive for Nintendo than it is for its competitors. According to data obtained by FRVR, the average manufacturing cost of physical PlayStation 5 game is around $6.50 per unit, while limited production run of Nintendo Switch cartridge can cost between $12 and $15. For Nintendo Switch 2, the number is apparently a bit higher. Despite those production costs, Nintendo continues to manufacture significantly more physical games than any other platform holder at a time when much of the industry is embracing digital distribution. The company remains heavily invested in retail releases. Recent pricing decisions also reinforce that position. Nintendo has introduced higher priced physical editions for some first-party titles, giving players the option to pay a premium for a complete game on cartridge rather than moving away from physical media. The company is continuing to place value on it. Game keycards also fit into this strategy. Although they are not traditional physical releases, they offer developers a low-cost manufacturing option, while preserving many of the benefits of retail games, including the ability to buy, sell, trade, lend, and collect them. They can be viewed as a less than replacement for physical media and more as Nintendo's attempt to provide publishers with an alternative that keeps the games on store shelves. And they say, obviously, nothing's guaranteed here. Who knows what the long-term future looks like for physical games from Nintendo, but I did find it interesting that we had talked about in the past on the channel the rumors of Switch 2 cartridges may be coming in the realm of like $16 to $18, and this article actually lines up with that perfectly, saying Switch 1 is like $12 to $15 for the cartridge to produce and sell on retail, and then you have the Switch 2 versions coming in a little bit more than that. That would line up with what we've seen Nintendo do. And we do know that at the start of the Switch 2 generation, there was seemingly only one 64 gigabyte physical edition for their cartridges. That has now since changed because we've seen quite a number of different smaller in scope games that typically would have went the game keycard route in the past now opt for physical releases, and there are different codes within the memory chipset if you open up the cartridges and look at them. And people online have done some deep dive research and seems to have come to the conclusion that those codes reference smaller data sizes, meaning, yeah, Nintendo still has to pay quite a bit more to manufacture their cartridges as opposed to discs, but you do have something that might be more in the realm of that $12 to $15 price point that sometimes publishers and developers will just eat some of that cost, cut into their profitability a little bit, but give the physical collectors an on-cartridge release. Compared to, you can get the game keycard cheaper, but regardless, we still have a physical option at the end of the day. Sony's literally taking that away with every single release on their platform going forward in 2028. And if that doesn't tell you that the PlayStation 6 is going to be an all digital only console, I don't know what does. They're prepping the audiences now. They're getting the market ready now. As somebody who's been a lifelong physical collector, I could see the writing on the wall for Sony and Microsoft, especially, like, other than Elden Ring and games that I really care about from FromSoft, God of War, things like that, I'll still pick up physically. I've started to buy my Sony stuff digitally because it's very clear that when they do give you a game on the disc, they are still updating it with massive updates day one and going onward from that. And it just seemed like one of those things that was going to start to slowly, they're kind of 1 foot out the door, especially with Xbox. I cannot remember the last time I bought a Series X game, maybe a couple at launch and never again since then. Because everything's Game Pass with them. So it's like Nintendo is kind of the last dog in this fight when it comes to physical games. I still pick up everything first-party Nintendo physically, especially because they're all on cartridge, and I've been very picky with any game key cards. I really don't prefer those at all. But now that we're seeing kind of some developers and publishers opt for on cartridge releases again, I'm getting more physical Switch 2 games in my collection. I don't intend that to stop as long as the data's on the cartridge you buy and it's around here as an option. You have it as a resell option, even though I probably won't be reselling my games. I still just like that old school, go to the store, grab your game, go home with it and pop it in and then start playing it. And those cartridges for the Switch 2 are fortunately small enough to carry around with you when you travel that they're not that inconvenient to swap between either. But yeah, physical games are in a rough place right now. Like I said, we may talk about this more over the weekend, but for now, we do have no end in sight for Nintendo for physical games, and especially with this new pricing structure, like they want to incentivize you to buy digital, so hence they offer you a lower price for the digital counterpart on the eShop, but they maintain the physical option, just pay a $10 premium, and you can still go pick up that game how you choose to pick it up, which is what I really like. And on the note of game pricing, our next story and headline that you can see over from My Nintendo News says, Play Asia lists The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake at $60. Now, I don't necessarily know if I buy into this. We'll discuss it in a minute, but Nintendo has yet to reveal the price point for the eagerly awaited The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake for the Nintendo Switch 2, but PlayAsia seems to have revealed how much it will cost. The retailer has copies listed at $59.99, and you can pre-order the game now at the video game retailer. Nintendo has yet to announce pricing, but 60 sounds like a safe bet. So I don't necessarily know that I believe Ocarina of Time remake will be 60, because if you look at Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, which we just got a number of different games that were discounted, like you look at Star Fox, $50 eShop, $60 physically. You look at Splatoon Raiders, $50 eShop. You have $60 physically, or you can pick up both of those at $50 for the pre-order promotion through Walmart and Amazon. But then we got Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave, and that game was confirmed to be $70 eShop, $80 physically. And if you're telling me that Nintendo in the same calendar year that they released Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave is going to charge less for the Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time remake, I think you're out of your mind. I think the guaranteed Ocarina of Time remake is bare minimum $70 eShop, $80 physically. I certainly hope we don't see Nintendo ever try to pull an $80 eShop game with a $90 physical edition retail. But if they ever could try to charge that on a game and people would probably still buy it, Ocarina of Time remake would be the one to test it with. But I'm certainly hoping that that's not the case. But I do think that bare minimum, this game will end up being $70 eShop, $80 physically. That's where my mindset lands with it. I just don't see a world where Nintendo charges more for Fire Emblem Fortune's Weave on the same release calendar as Ocarina of Time remake, one of the most anticipated, long-awaited remakes of all time that is going to get so many people to go out and buy a Switch 2 over the holiday season. They may even do it as a bundle pack-in game with a special edition themed console. Yes, PlayAsia may have this internal pricing data, but they may also just have thought it might land around there and put up their pre-orders a little bit prematurely, and we've seen stuff like this adjust in the past. So even though you can technically pre-order it from them, we don't have a release date for the game yet, and I would be surprised if they already had the concrete retail pricing around Ocarina of Time when we don't have the release date, and maybe kind of just jumped the gun on putting up a listing with an exact price point around this one, and they may have to adjust it. That said,
at the start of the game, you can choose any shelter you want, but once you pick a spot, there's no turning back. It's upgrade or...
Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, the cheaper the better for Ocarina of Time, but again, I would be very surprised personally. I would not go into this with the mindset that it's going to be a $60 eShop release or $50 especially, but who knows? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Nintendo does just do this as more of a one-to-one N64 remake, which is maybe more in line with that Star Fox budget, the $50 game that they're promoting with it, maybe that does line up. But I personally think Nintendo's going to add in some content to this. I think there's a lot of reason to believe that it's going to be a big, grand in scope remake. And just look at the visual quality. They're probably not going any cheaper than Fire Emblem. My 2 cents on the matter. Okay, and lastly, to close this out here, we do have what you can see over from VGC. Mario Kart World adds 2 new knockout tours with more to come. Players can also use their collected stickers in photo mode. And you have Mario Kart World has received a new update which adds new knockout tour races. Version 1.7 adds 2 more knockout tour races to the game, adding to the 8 that were available at launch for a total of 10. The Drill Rally Tour starts to the east side of the map and proceeds along the northwest through Wario Shipyard, DK Pass, Dandelion Depths, Mario Circuit from the SNES, Dry Bones Burnout, and Bowser Castle. The Boomerang Rally, meanwhile, covers the map in the boomerang shape and takes in the Salty Speedway, Cheap Falls, Moo Moo Meadows, Choco Mountain, Mario Bros Circuit, and the Whistle Top Summit. Both routes will appear in Knockout Tour mode once at least one other rally is cleared, and Nintendo says it will be adding more Knockout Tour modes in future updates. And then they mentioned that in their review, the Knockout Tour is one of the biggest enhancements for Mario Kart World. It's my favorite way to play with friends personally. Also added in version 1.7 is the ability to take stickers collected in the game, of which there are over 1,000 in total, and use them in photo mode. And then if you actually read through the full patch notes, not only were those new routes added in, but there's just a ton of different balancing stuff that got added in terms of, your items, in terms of Kamek's Magic or Bullet Bill, how all this stuff interacts and adjusts, and there's a number of different issues that were fixed as well. So I will say they have held out quite a bit longer on Mario Kart DLC than I have wanted them to, and I'm actually ready for Mario Kart World DLC. Hopefully we get something like that at the September Direct. I also think they could push it into next year, but I will give Nintendo some credit in consistently updating and adding in new little snippets of content just for free in the base game of Mario Kart World before they get onto the whole DLC thing, because we have seen them add in additional battle modes. We now have some new Knockout Tour races to look forward to. You also have a number of different like online play functionality that was missing from the launch of the game. So again, Nintendo is still working on Mario Kart World. They're clearly working on probably new stages, and I would assume an entire booster course pass for this game as well, probably lasting through most of the Switch 2's generation, since they kind of figured out what kind of juggernaut seller Mario Kart is in the Switch generation. And I think that they're going to try to recreate that same kind of momentum in the Switch 2 for Mario Kart World. So cool to see these free updates in the meantime. Still excited to get more DLC content to really dive back into Mario Kart World again. But Knockout Tour getting new tracks connected is actually going to be one of the reasons that gets me back into playing again, because Knockout Tour is my go-to play mode at all times whenever I have friends over and we want to play a multiplayer game and that kind of stuff. So I want to hear from you guys at this point in the video, all your different thoughts and feelings on what we talked about today. What do you think about the new Metroid Ravenous rating, and are you excited for what seems like a follow-up to Metroid Dread to be hopefully revealed and released somewhat soon? Do you think we see that alongside of a Super Metroid remake like is being claimed, or do you think that might be something different in terms of what the second Metroid game could be? How do you feel about the Sony news about them discontinuing all physical games going forward in 2028? Is that a huge blow to you personally? Do you think we'll see Nintendo do the same thing, or do you think Nintendo stays the course longer for the physical side of things? What do you think about the supposed price point of Ocarina of Time coming in at $60? Do you think that's accurate? Is it more or less? And finally, have you been enjoying Mario Kart World recently, and have you checked it out since it got updated to the 1.7 version that it is now on? So make sure you share all your thoughts and feelings in the comments down below before you leave, regardless if we agree or disagree. Also, make sure you like, subscribe, turn your notification bell. And with that, I've been Sunbro, you've been Nation. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next video.
Glow up your stream with overlays and alerts. And combine it all with our intuitive
said he wants to be the most dominant champ in history, so he will not let up in a non-title situation.
Is a tag team match set for one fall. On the way to the ring, accompanied by MVPs at a combined weight of 521 pounds. The World Tag Team Champions, Bobby Lashley and Shelton Benjamin, the Syndicate.
Oftentimes with teams, you know one member is better than the other. These are two superstars who are equally high level. We want the money and all the titles.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Seattle, Washington, weighing in at 180 pounds, the World Heavyweight Champion, Darby Allin.
Highly anticipated matchup. The competitors in this one have been waiting all day to get their hands on each other.
Title or not, a loss here for the champ would be a tremendous blow to his confidence.
You think you know him?
The following contest is a tag team match set for one fall. Introducing first, from Toronto, Ontario, Canada, weighing in at 241 pounds, one half of the World Tag Team Champions, the Rated Superstar, Adam Copeland.
The feeling, the electricity in the arena right now is unlike anything I've ever felt in quite some time. This match is going to be good.
What's that?
I just built a budgeting app in Base 44.
Nina just built an app.
Impossible.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, weighing in at 210 pounds, Chris Jericho!
Ever since I took my spot here at the commentary table, I have wanted to call this match. I cannot wait to finally do it.
I think he's going to bring the heat tonight. He loves competing at this high level.
Is an Extreme Rules match. Making his way to the ring from Newcastle upon Tyne, England, weighing in at 217 pounds, the Bastard.
You see the confidence in every move, every step. This is a competitor who believes this match is as good as won.
A competitor with his share of detractors, but he wants to prove them all wrong here tonight.
The following contest is an Extreme Rules match. Making his way to the ring from Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico, weighing in at 225 pounds, the World Heavyweight Champion, El Toro Blanco, Rouge.
The intensity in this building grows with every step closer to that ring. This place is electric.
Keeps his focus 100% of the time. That's why he's the champion.
You think you know me?
The following champion versus champion contest is a Falls Count Anywhere match. Making his way to the ring from parts unknown, weighing in at 241 pounds, the WWE champion, Adam Copeland.
This is the kind of match the WWE Universe has been dreaming of, and that dream is about to become a reality.
The following contest is an Extreme Rules match. Making her way to the ring from Vienna, Austria, the World Heavyweight Champion, the Toxic Spider, Tekla!
Gentlemen, I think this one's going to turn into a fight in a hurry, and I cannot wait.
It doesn't matter if she's defending her title or not. She's a woman that loves to compete at any situation.
One of the most controversial, ruthless superstars in recent WWE history.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall and will be contested under Bloodline rules. Making his way to the ring from Boston, Massachusetts, weighing in at 218 pounds, the Internet Champion, Tommaso Ciampa.
Look at this man, doing the most ill-advised thing a superstar can do in WWE, heading into a Bloodline rules match. It's always a dangerous situation in Bloodline rules. Some love him, some loathe him, but everyone respects him. Well, lucky for him, Ciampa's not here to make friends. He's here to put food on the table for his family.
Ladies and gentlemen, The following contest is an I Quit match. Making his way to the ring from Pensacola, Florida, weighing in at 265 pounds, the OTC, Roman Reigns.
You can see exactly why the arena is full here tonight. This is a match with major stakes. I sure hope he understands what he's getting into when he steps in the ring with Roman Reigns. Yeah, Reigns' inimitable power could represent the end game for this superstar.
The following contest is an I Quit match. Making his way to the ring from parts unknown, weighing in at 320 pounds,
An entire career has led to this moment, and this superstar is determined to make sure this match is another highlight in that career.
I sure hope he understands what he's getting into when he steps in the ring with Roman Reigns. Yeah, Reigns' inimitable power could represent the end game for this superstar.
The following contest is an Extreme Rules match. Making his way to the ring from British Connecticut, weighing in at 248 pounds, the ECW Heavyweight Champion, Mr.
The WWE Universe delivering quite a reaction. Perhaps the most highly anticipated match of the night.
You think you know me?
Check it out! This man is young.
Tired of playing alone? Bring someone into your world with Hako AI. Every match becomes a shared.
Hungry. The animal Batista.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Washington, D.C., weighing in at 318 pounds, the World Heavyweight Champion, the Animal Batista!
And what an evolution we've seen from this young man, who now calls himself the Animal.
Evolution is the key word when it comes to Batista, Cole. You look back to his time in developmental as a monster, joining the main roster as Devon's bodyguard. All the raw talent in the world, but lacking direction now. Batista has the guidance of the brightest minds and the savviest veterans in this business. At this point, the sky is the limit for the Animal.
Well, I would say those who are in Batista's corner certainly want to limit his upward mobility. There's only room for one at the top.
I have a feeling even the top names in the Animal's corner won't be able to contain Batista. The question is, who will realize it first? The Animal or his handlers? Just take a look at the physique of this young and hungry Animal. It has been quite some time since we've seen a man as chiseled as Batista. All of that power, and now Batista has some of the brightest minds in this business guiding the way. That is a dangerous situation for everyone else in the locker room.
The following is an Extreme Rules match. Making his way to the ring, representing High Energy from parts unknown. Weighing in at 225 pounds, Jeff Hardy!
The feeling in here is just electric. Every time this superstar shows up, you get a big reaction, no matter where we go.
You know, guys, as talented as this superstar is, I think ambition might have clouded his judgment. Reigns is in God mode as we speak.
The following contest is an I Quit match. Making his way to the ring from Minneapolis, Minnesota, weighing in at 270 pounds, Brock Lesnar.
Matches of this caliber with this level of talent showing their skills, this is why I do what I do. too, when he steps in the ring with Roman Reigns. Yeah, Reigns' inimitable power could represent the end game for this superstar.
I've had enough of living in poverty with you. Don't ruin my new life now.
Get out of here, Hick.
The most decorated combat sports athlete ever. The Beast, Brock Lesnar.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring, weighing in at 286 pounds, Brock Lesnar!
My God, Cole, will you take a look at Brock Lesnar? He's even bigger than ever before. And Corey, I've been around for every match in the Beast's nearly 25-year combat career. He's not only bigger than ever, he's tougher than ever, too. And I do believe in the eat, sleep, conquer, repeat cycle. We are all once again in the midst of conquer. And I do not think anything will stop Brock this time around. A King of the Ring, a Money in the Bank winner, a multiple-time Royal Rumble winner, a WWE champion with double-digit title reigns to his name, and the man who conquered The Undertaker's streak. There's no topping the resume of Brock Lesnar. We may see Brock add even more accolades to that list this time around. But that's just a side effect of the carnage he's about to cause.
The following contest is a tag team match set for one fall. On the way to the ring, at a combined weight of 770 pounds, the World Tag Team Champions, The Big Show, and Kane, the Monsters.
I gotta say, I'm loving every second of this. The energy in here is reaching an all-time high.
Is scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring from parts unknown, weighing in at 229 pounds, the WWE United States Champion, Chris Benoit.
This is the kind of match the WWE Universe has been dreaming of, and that dream is about to become a reality. He may not be defending the championship tonight, but his pride is always on the line.
You think you know me?
Is a tag team match set for one fall. On the way to the ring, the team of the Rated R Superstar Edge and Lena.
The feeling, the electricity in the arena right now is unlike anything I've ever felt in quite some time. This match is gonna be good.
Excuse me, you're reading wrong. Put these on. Show me your book. I'm gonna take a picture of it. Now it's gonna scan it and read it to you.
Yeah, I got ads on YouTube now. I had I think like a week or a month trial.
The King of Kings has arrived. One of the best to ever compete.
The following contest is scheduled for one fall. Making his way to the ring from Greenwich, Connecticut, weighing in at 255 pounds, the World Heavyweight Champion, the King, Triple H!
Yeah, of course, the leader of legendary factions like DX and Evolution and the Authority, a 14-time world champion. And Wade, I'm interested to hear how Triple H influenced your methodical brawling style.
Well, anybody coming up through my generation studied hours and hours of Triple H in competition. What made him so good? What made him a cut above everybody else? There's so much information on tape. It cannot help but make you a better superstar.
He's also been the centerpiece of so many eras in WWE, attitude, ruthless aggression, and of course the modern era. A man who's just a true master of the sport. And we're about to see why he's known as the Game.
Is an Extreme Rules match. Making his way to the ring from St. Louis, Missouri, weighing in at 245 pounds, the World Heavyweight Champion, Randy Orton.
Here he is, the Apex Predator, Randy Orton. Look at him, just hunting his prey as only Randy Orton can do.
You know, Randy is ready to go to war tonight.
Well, Orton's a man who pours every ounce of blood, sweat, and tears in the ring every time he competes.
Generate music that fits your video in just 5 seconds. Ace Studio.
Allow me to show you something.
And here he comes.
The follower is scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring from Houston, weighing in at 265 pounds. The World Heavyweight Champion,
If you listen to After the Bell this week, you know this is a match I wanted to see for quite some time, and it's almost time to start. The champ knows the competition level's at an all-time high. He needs to show he's above all competitors.
On these verses, so let anyone I'm versing know they coming to get murdered. Loading up these verses with these jerks that think they jerking. See, now say that shit, but jerkins when like all the bitches curve them. Since Missy told me work it, take my game, clip it, reverse it.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can act around now, say the same thing. They chasing the fame, they all want the name. But they ain't got what's running through these veins. Say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can act around now, say the same thing. They chasing the fame, they all want the name. But they ain't got what's running through these veins. Man, wait for the king.
weighing in at 205 pounds. Lord Reese Jackson.
The feeling, the electricity in the arena right now is unlike anything I've ever felt in quite some time. This match
Just chestnut checkers, what can I say? I got gold jeans. Real kings do king things. Live like one, breathe like one. Killing shit by any means. Everybody can't lead like one. Nah, is it really me? Gotta check and see my legacy like royalty. And I act like it. If you know better, act like it. Look at me now. You can't hold me down. So give me the crown. Say I walk like a king. Talk like a king. You can act around now. Say the same thing. They chasing the fame.
He's been demanding this match for quite some time, and now he is ready to compete.
Through these veins, say I walk like a king, talk like a king. You can act around now, say the same thing. They chasing the fame, they got what the name, but they ain't got what's running through these veins. Make way for the king.
Ah, 2K24.
Things are about to get good.
Yup. Mod update.
You, just you, building your app
Of course.
on Base 44.
What's good, YouTube? Happy New Year. Want to bring in this year right with my WWE2K25 2026 modding showcase. I wanted to show what my game looks like now that the game is fully out, all the DLCs are in, and we're heading into a new year. Today, I've got some ported entrances, a custom championship entrance tutorial, I've got some modded moves, and a whole lot more. Let's get right into it. Starting with entrances, we've got some past entrances ported over from Joe mashups. This entrance is AJ Lee's entrance from 2K15, I believe, and as you can see, Joe has found some way to put it into WWE2K25, and it goes perfect with his AJ Lee mod that he made a few weeks ago. So if you get the mod, the entrance, the music, the GFX, and the nameplate, you've basically got AJ Lee in your game.
A major match ahead of her. She plans on proving exactly why she's worthy of big matches like these.
Next up, we've got Kane's championship entrance from SmackDown vs. Raw 2008. This was also ported by Joe, and it goes perfectly with his Kane 08 mod from earlier this year.
It's scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring from the pits of hell. Weighing in at 323 pounds, the ECW champion,
This is the kind of match the WWE Universe has been dreaming of, and that dream is about to become a reality. This guy lives to compete, so he'll be treating this match as if he were defending the title.
Joe even grabbed a few entrances from AEW Fight Forever, which is perfect for guys like Ricky Saints who were in AEW Fight Forever who then went on to sign with WWE. Now I have his entrance in the game. Now of course, because AEW Fight Forever's entrances were short, I had to combine his AEW entrance with other entrance motions that are in the game. And that's a perfect segue into custom championship entrances. I had a few people from my last mod showcase asking me how I got the mod for custom championship entrances, and it's actually not a mod anymore. So what I'm going to do is give you a tutorial for how you can get them in your game as well. To start off, you will need Tribute. In Tribute, go to Team Manager and then go to Entrance Templates. Load the template list so you can see what IDs are available and grab a base for creating a new one. Click the first one, Dire Intentions here for me, and Edit Selected. Now go all the way to the bottom to see what available IDs you have. Whatever your bottom one is, add one to it and put that as your new template ID. For the name SDB, you want to name it something useful, something you can remember, so I named mine Advanced Entrance Template. And make sure you hit generate so the game can save it. Now everything else you can mostly leave the same, but you have to delete whatever's in the title entrance. This has to be blank. Now make sure you save as new so it doesn't replace your first entry. And on the refresh, if you scroll all the way to the bottom, you should see your new entry. This way you know you've done it correctly. Now you can close Tribute and bake your bake me. Now in create an entrance, if you want to use the template you just created, you simply find it in the templates list and equip it. Now you can do whatever you want as far as motions, pyro, and lighting, but do not preview the championship entrance or your game will crash. And when you're done, just save it and you're good to go. Staying on the topic of entrances, Robert from the Tribute team has added a few tag team motions in the game. For example, AJ Styles and Dragon Lee, they weren't a team when the game first came out, so of course they didn't have an entrance, but Robert has fused their entrances together so that they come out together the way they would in real life.
Oftentimes with teams, you know one member is better than the other. These are two superstars who are equally high level.
There's a bunch of other tag team motions and other entrance ports coming out daily at this point. If you need any help in figuring out where to find them, check the description, leave a comment, or join my Discord and ask us there. Up next, I got some modded moves to show y'all, starting with this phenomenal forearm with pin combo from Gato.
AJ Styles forearm. Only running on instinct to keep fighting. Completely locked. Styles looking for it. There it is.
A long overdue spear for Braun Breaker, also from Gato.
That was vicious.
In my opinion, this is now the best spear in the game, and it's crazy because it's from someone who created it in their free time.
We're seeing an unbelievable performance in Will Breaker finish things now?
Quick shout out to Joe Mashups for giving us this updated Austin Theory, and WWE2K GFX for the GFX and nameplate. I added Gato's corner curb stomp to Austin Theory because he uses it in real life, but it would also be perfect in your Seth Rollins moveset.
Hazardous situation for CM Punk. Punk is shaky. The end of the track for him could be near. Oh, stop. Will that clinch it for Theory?
And shout out to Anonymous72 for updating Joe's mod to have this alternate attire.
And what's this manager looking for? Stop. Can Theory...
I also put PP's super kick into zigzag onto Joe's Dolph Ziggler. I thought it'd be a good super finisher.
That can certainly do it.
Heading over to AEW, I got a new buckshot lariat from Caffeine Coma.
Over the top rope, in followed by a lariat. And it might be all over. Over the top rope, in followed by a lariat. Turning it into the pin. 2. Victory.
And thanks to the Galgus and Gato, I have a whole pack of new hidden blades. I know you've seen the Blindside, which is the base hidden blade in the game, but they've gone and added running versions as well as a kneeling version with the opponent facing you.
This professional 32TB SSD cannot be found in any electronics retail store, even if you spend $1,000 on it, but now you can get it for the price of a bottle of beer. Due to recent global customs
He may be out for good after that.
Gato also added a custom wake-up taunt, which will have your opponent get in position kneeling and facing you. And then you could pair that with almost any running move in the game to make it look more devastating.
There's no way you recover from that.
I also downloaded Gato's Tiger Driver, which is perfect for Will Ospreay's super finisher.
That's a game ender, gentlemen.
If you've been eagle-eyed, you probably caught that I have the AEW referees in the game, as well as the commentators. I got those from Ban Bantam. And I even grabbed this AEW cage from Grix. All of these, plus all of these arenas who I've gotten from Titavius, create the perfect environment for my AEW Universe mode, which I was finally able to start. Yeah, I know it's January.
These two are at it. The bell hasn't even rung yet. The official needs to get control.
Ending on a bit of a fun note, if you need something to do with all of those toy figures that 2K has put in the game, Life has created a toy arena that works perfectly with them. It works so well, it makes you wonder why 2K didn't add one in the game. But as you can see, it's got toys on the side, it's got video games, it's got some kid's bed up at the top. It reminds me of my arena setup from when I was a kid. This one arena has made me go from wondering why the Elite toys are in the game to wondering why 2K doesn't make more. You could probably find more that modders have made. I know I saw a Stone Cold one floating around last year, but of course last year I didn't have a need for them because I didn't have the arena, but I might go find that bad boy now.
The toy aisle. Even in plastic, The Undertaker is a scary sight.
That's going to wrap it up for today's showcase. I don't know how this is going to look in the next coming months. You know, you got 2K26 coming out soon. And to be completely honest, I don't know if I'm getting 2K26 because I feel like I have everything I want right here in 25. And you may decide that's the move for you too. I mean, you could probably find 2K25 right now on a sale. Watch some of my modding tutorials or some other guys' modding tutorials if you need even more help. Get all these mods, make it whatever you want, because I mean 2K26 might have new characters, but I've got those characters already modded in my game. I got custom moves. Like, I don't know, if the game comes out and it doesn't feel like it's an upgrade from what I have now, I might just stick with what I have. But anyway, y'all let me know what y'all think. Let me know if y'all want to see any more mods or what else you want to see me do with this game. Make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Join my Discord. Make sure to keep God first. That being said, I'm gonna get up out of here.
This just wasn't The Rock's night. Oh, it's hard to be electrifying when you're made out of plastic.
to start streaming? With All Pro, you get access to hundreds of overlays and alerts.
What's up everybody, welcome to the Man Games. In today's video we are looking at which superstars have alternate entrances in WWE 2K26. If you are new watching the Man Games, make sure you are subscribed to the channel, make sure you are smashing that thumbs up button, and make sure to drop us a comment down below. So first of all, we are looking at Alba Fire. So currently her motion is set on the Secret Service. So once we've clicked on it, we can go all the way up, and then there we see there is Alba Fire 1, click on that. So that is based on her old entrance, where she comes down with the baseball bat, as you can see now. And next up, Alexa Bliss we are going to look at. So currently it's set on Alexa Bliss 1, which is obviously her most recent entrance, but there's also Alexa Bliss 2, which is this one here. So this, I think, is based on her early Firefly Funhouse days. And then we've got Alexa Bliss 3 as well. And that is another Alexa Bliss Firefly Funhouse entrance also. And then finally we've got Alexa Bliss 4. And this is based on early days Alexa Bliss when she first debuted on the main roster in WWE. And next up we have Angel, so it's currently set on Angel 1. There is also a setting for Angel 2, which is based on his older entrance back when he was in NXT. And next up we have Apollo Crews, so currently it's set on Apollo Crews 1. There is also an Apollo Crews 2. So if we just look at this now, so that is based on his heel run, as you can see here now. And also there is Apollo Crews 3, which is based on his early days in WWE, the happy, smiley version of Apollo Crews. So next up, Austin Theory. So it's currently set on Austin Theory 1, but you could change it to Austin Theory 2, which is this one here. So it is the one with the cell phone in the hand, the very early Austin Theory on the main roster, I do believe, just before he won the United States Championship kind of entrance. And then we also have Austin Theory 3, which is this one here, as you can see now. And next up we're looking at Bayley. So currently it's on Bayley 1, but there's also a Bayley 2. So that is NXT Bayley's, or early days in WWE Bayley, with the Bayley Buddies on the entranceway, as you can see now, like so. And then there is also Bayley 3, so this is more of the heel Bayley entrance here, as you can see now. And next up we have Becky Lynch. So currently it's set on Becky 1. There is also Becky Lynch 14 Irish Dancer. So that is a very early days Becky Lynch when she first debuted in NXT. So yes, that is one option for Becky Lynch. And then the other ones are Becky Lynch 2. So this is like early days of the man Becky Lynch, I would say. And then we also have Becky Lynch 3. So this is Steampunk Becky Lynch early days 2016 main roster Becky Lynch version here, as we can see now. And then next up we have Bianca Belair. So currently it is on Bianca Belair 1. There is also an option for Bianca Belair 2, which is this one here. So yes, classic Bianca Belair entrance here, I would say. And next up we have Big E, so it's set on Big E New Day 1. There is also just Big E, so it is this one here. So this is very early days Big E, back when it was Big E Lanston entrance here. And then there is also a Big E New Day 2, which is just a different New Day entrance for Big E. And unfortunately, as I've not unlocked him yet on WWE2K26, I can't show you it, but there is two different Booker T options. So there's Booker T1 and Booker T2, so yes, a different alternative entrance for Booker T. And then next up we have Bron Breakker. So it's currently set on Bron Breakker 1. There is also a Bron Breakker 2, which is this one here, as you can see now. So this is pre-Vision Bron Breakker entrance. And now we have Candice LeRae, so it's set on Candice LeRae 1. There is also a Candice LeRae 2, which is this one here, which is more of a babyface version of Candice LeRae back in NXT. And next up we have Chad Gable, so it's currently set on Chad Gable 1. There is also a Chad Gable 2, which is the Thank You Chad Gable entrance. And then there is also a Chad Gable 3, which is Ready, Willing and Gable version from American Alpha. So NXT Chad Gable here. And next up for China, so we have China's 97, and then we have a China 1. So China 97 is the China you get from the Attitude Era, and then China is the one that's already on the game, and then there is a different alternate entrance for China as number 2. And now we have Cody Rhodes, so we have Cody Rhodes. It's set on Cody Rhodes 1, there is also Cody Rhodes 2, which is this one here. So this is first returning Cody Rhodes to WWE, I would say. And then we have a Cody Rhodes 3, which is the Codyvator, with him entering from under the stage. And then also for Cody Rhodes, we have already looked at this on the channel before, but we have the Throne Smash as well, which is based on his AEW entrance where he smashed the throne of Triple H. And next up we have Devon Dudley, so he's set on Devon 1, there is also a Devon 2, which is just a different version of Devon's Dudley Boy's entrance. And next up we have Damian Priest, so it's currently set on Damian Priest, there is a Damian Priest 2, which is based on his entrance before he joined the Judgment Day. And next up there is Dominic Mysterio, so he is currently set on Dirty Dom, but if you go down there is also a Dominic Mysterio, which is based on his babyface before turning heel and joining the Judgment Day version of Dominic's entrance. And next up we have Drew McIntyre, so it's set on Drew McIntyre 1, there is a Drew McIntyre 2, which is the Drew McIntyre bringing out the sword. Wasn't really a fan of this entrance if I'm honest. So that is Drew McIntyre 2, and then there is also a Drew McIntyre 3, which I would say this is more Drew McIntyre from like 2020, I'd say. And next up, Eddie Guerrero, so there is Eddie Guerrero 1 and there is an Eddie Guerrero 2. Obviously once again we've not unlocked these yet, so sorry I can't show you what the entrances actually are, but he does have a second alternative entrance. So next up we have Eric Rowan, it's set on Rowan 1, but we can change it to Eric Rowan 2, which is based on his Bludgeon Brothers entrance, as you can see there with the hammer. And then there's also Eric Rowan 3, which is this one here. I want to say this is like early days of leaving the Wyatt family and, you know, being on his own, I would say. And next up we have Finn Balor, so it's set on Finn Balor 1, there is a Finn Balor 2, which is this one here, so a different heel entrance for Finn Balor. So next up, Hulk Hogan, there is a different Hulk Hogan WrestleMania 5 2 entrance, which is this one here. And next up we're looking at Jey Uso, so it's currently set on Jey Uso 1, there is Jey Uso 2, which is this one here. So this is Jey Uso before he started walking through the crowd, when he just first started yeeting, I'd say. And then we also have a Jey Uso 3, which is this one here. So I want to say this is based on when he first became main event Jey Uso, this one here.
Honey, I brought back enough tomatoes to last us a whole month.
Good boy. Now sign this divorce paper. My daughter is remarrying someone who doesn't smell like dirt.
I spent all my savings on this spaceship. How could you?
Then next up we have Jimmy Uso. It's set on Jimmy Uso 1. There is a Jimmy Uso 2, which is this one here. So I'd say this is Jimmy Uso when he first really turned against Jey Uso entrance. And then we also have a Jimmy Uso 3, which I'd say is like singles Jimmy Uso from the Usos entrance. So when they were still a tag team, but if he was just having a singles match. Now we've got John Cena. So it's currently set on John Cena 1. There is also a John Cena 2, which is locked because it's not been unlocked. But then there's this John Cena 4, which is this one here. So just another babyface version of John Cena. And then we have John Cena 5, which is this one here. So it's the one with the holding the towel over his face, as you can see now. Then next up, Johnny Gargano is set on Johnny Gargano 2, but there is a Johnny Gargano 1. So this is babyface version of Johnny Gargano's entrance here. And next up we have Kane, so it's set on Kane 1. There is a Kane 3, which is this one here. That one there. And then there's also a Kane 4. Which is this one here. Which K1s are pretty like similar, except this one doesn't have a pyro at the top of the ramp like the other one did. Now next up we have Kevin Owens. It's set on Kevin Owens 1. There is a Kevin Owens 2, which is this one here. As you can see now. And now next up it's Kofi Kingston. So there's a Kofi Kingston 1. There is a Kofi Kingston from 2012. So this is the Jamaican boom 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 babyface Kofi Kingston entrance here. And then we have a Kofi Kingston New Day 1, which is his babyface New Day entrance. And then next up we have The Miz, and there is also Miz 11, which is based on his entrance from the year 2011. As you can see here now. Now next up we have Naomi. So it's set on Naomi 1, there is a Naomi 2. So this is the Feel the Glow Naomi entrance. Obviously her babyface entrance before she turned into this awesome heel. And next up we have Natalya, so it's set on Natalya 2. There is also a Natalya 1, which is this one here, so just a different babyface entrance for Natalya here. So next up we have Randy Orton. There is a Randy Orton from 02, which is this one here. And then we also have Randy Orton 2, which is this one here. So next up we have Rey Mysterio. So there is a Rey Mysterio 06 entrance as well, which is that one there, shooting up through the ramp. So like the debuting in WWE version there of Rey Mysterio's entrance. So also there is a Rey Mysterio 08, but there is also another version of Rey Mysterio on the game, which would be that one there. Now Rhea Ripley next, so it's set on Rhea Ripley 1, there is also a Rhea Ripley 2, which is this one here. So this is pre-Judgment Day entrance for Rhea Ripley here. Now next up we have Ridge Holland. This is set on Ridge Holland 1, but there is also a Ridge Holland 2, which would be this entrance here. And next up we have The Rock, so it's set on final boss The Rock. But there is also The Rock as well, which you could change it to, which would be The Rock's entrance before he became the final boss The Rock. And next up we have Roman Reigns, so it's set on Roman Reigns 1, there is a Roman Reigns 2 as well, which is this entrance for Roman Reigns here. So the punch to the ground entrance there for Roman Reigns is Roman Reigns 2. Roman Reigns 3 is this one here, so I would say this is Roman Reigns' probably like 2019 entrance, I would say. And then we also have Roman Reigns The Shield, so this is based on Roman Reigns' entrance when he was in The Shield. As you can see him making his way through the crowd here. Next up we have Roxanne Perez, so it's set on Roxanne Perez 1, there is also a Roxanne Perez 2, which is based on her babyface entrance when she was in NXT. And next up we have Sami Zayn, so it's set on Sami Zayn 3, but there's also a Sami Zayn 1 and 2, so Sami Zayn 1 would be this one here. So heel Sami Zayn entrance there, I would say, stomping his way to the ring. And then we also have a Sami Zayn 2, and that is just a different heel version of Sami Zayn. So I would say this was, you know, green cap and glasses version of Sami Zayn here, that kind of entrance. And next up we have Rusev, so there is a Rusev 1, there is also a Rusev 2. So Rusev 2 would be the original Rusev Bulgarian Brew entrance here, as you can see now. And next up we have Seth Rollins, so it's set on Seth Rollins 1, there is a Seth Rollins 2, which is this one here. So I'd say this is Messiah Seth Rollins here, in this entrance. And then we have a Seth Rollins 3, which is more of the burn it down Seth Rollins here, around 2019 time entrance.
Nobody told you this. Not your teacher, not your dentist, not even the tooth fairy. But it's true.
And then we also have Seth Rollins Shield, which is obviously Seth Rollins' entrance coming through the crowd as he did when he was in the Shield. As you can see now. And next up we have Sheamus. It is set on Sheamus 2. There is also a Sheamus 1, which is this one here. That one there. And then next for Stone Cold, there is this monster truck entrance, which is Stone Cold making his way out in his monster truck, as you can see now. And then there is also Steve Austin ATV buggy, which is this one here. Now I haven't unlocked Stone Cold yet, that is why I've just got Adam Pearce making his way down to the ring in the ATV buggy. The good thing about the Stone Cold ones though is you don't have to have unlocked him to access those entrances. They are already on the game, you don't need to unlock them. But now Tiffany Stratton, so there is a Tiffany Stratton 1, there is also a Tiffany Stratton 2, which is this one here. So more of an NXT entrance with a handbag, as you can see now. And then next up we have Tommaso Ciampa, so it's set on Tommaso Ciampa 2. There is a Tommaso Ciampa 1, which is based on his face NXT entrance. And then there is also a Tommaso Ciampa 3. Which is this one here. And then next up Trick Williams, so there is a Trick Williams 1, there is also a Trick Williams 2, which is this one here. Then next up there is Uncle Howdy, so it is set on Uncle Howdy 1, there is also Uncle Howdy 2, which is this one here, so it's early debuting Uncle Howdy entrance. And then next for the Undertaker, there is also the Undertaker 2. Which is this one here. And next up we have Wendy Chur. There is also a Wendy Chur 2, which is this one here. So babyface Wendy Chur entrance. Then next up we have Xavier Woods. So then we have Xavier Woods 2, which is his entrance before he joined the New Day. Then we have Xavier Woods New Day 1, which is with Francesca, the New Day entrance. And then we have Xavier Woods New Day 2, which is more of the New Day Rocks clapping of the hands New Day entrance. And then for Zelina Vega there is also Queen Extreme, that is her Queen of the Ring entrance. This one here. And then there is also Trinidad Rose, which is a early days Zelina Vega entrance. And then finally just back to Cody Rhodes, because I did miss one, there is the Undashing Cody Rhodes, which is heel Cody Rhodes with the face mask, which is this one here. That one there. So there you have it. So now you have seen alternative entrances for some of the WWE superstars on WWE 2K26. Well, thank you for watching the Man Games. I got this information from the SmackDown Hotel website, but I did add a few in that weren't on the website as well. If you are new watching the Man Games, make sure you are subscribing to the channel. Make sure you are smashing that thumbs up button. If you are new watching the Man Games, make sure you have your notifications turned on. Once you have subscribed, then you'll know when our next video goes up on the channel. You can also find us on social media. There is links in the description below. That is a link to find us on Facebook, Instagram, also a link to find us on TikTok. And there is also a link to sign up to our newsletter and a link to become a member. So thank you very much for watching and supporting the Man Games today, and we will see you on the next video.
Feeling a little spring-summer burnout? Well, fix up and look sharp, because these pros are still cooking with gas. 28 sick creations, 24 ultra-realistic created wrestlers, 4 top-tier arenas. Episode 11 of the Kayfabe Concepts Creation Spotlight is here, baby. Leave a like, smash sub. Get the creators followed on Twitter and brace yourself for 4 decades of community-created class. do? Bring it on! So what you gonna do? You're looking at kayfabe. The fucking deal now. So what you gonna do?
Cause society, they label me a threat. But I'm just getting started, I'm not finished yet. Look me in my eyes, I can see your thoughts. All your ups and downs, all your little faults. Keep acting tough, it's gonna get creepy. All of a sudden you start to feel sleepy. But in these streets, when you doze off, you wake up with your clothes off. Ashamed, feeling so lost. Whoa, you see my crew, you know my style. Victory is mine, you're going down. Over the fence, run under the bed, put down the block, but you can't hide. You can stay at your friends, sleep in your beds, pray from your sins, but you can't hide. Don't get it poppin', baby. Yeah, give it to him, daddy. Yeah, 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 yeah. You can run if you want to, run, but you can't hide. So on the run if you want to, yeah, but you can't hide. I see you don't know who you dealing with, but I don't have it all. I'm a lunatic, cause a society, they label me a threat. But I'm just getting started, I'm not finished yet. Look me in my eyes, I can see your thoughts. All your ups and downs, all your little faults. Keep acting tough, it's gonna get creepy. All of a sudden you start to feel sleepy. But in these streets, when you doze off, you wake up with your clothes off. Ashamed, feeling so lost. Whoa, you see my crew, you know my style. Victory is mine, you're going down.
Have you ever seen a game where the stronger you become, the more dangerous it is? You are in the wilderness.
Down the block, you can't hide. You can stay at your friends, sleep in your beds, pray from your sins, but you can't hide. Don't get it poppin', baby. Yeah, Nate Bunnies. Nate Bunnies. Nate Bunny.
got to the point where literally anybody can build a fully working app without knowing how to code. This is
Do you want to learn how to stream on Twitch, but you only have the attention span of a goldfish? Well, lucky for you, in today's video, I'm going to teach you everything you need to know in 10 minutes or less.
Ten episodes into the creation spotlight, and this one packs a punch. 26 CAWs, 4 arenas, spanning multiple generations, promotions, and eras. All the heavy hitters are on tap this week. Be sure to support the creators by following them on Twitter. Leave a like and drop a comment if you want to support Kayfabe Concepts. This is a big one. You ready?
You woke up in a bad man place. You know see coulda run for days, you can't get away. I bring more leaf and sorrow and fine. You shoulda never try step on my face, little boy. And it's a shame, what a shame. You lose your life. You have no more time. Your destiny is mine. I hear them falling, so I hear them falling. SOS, I hear them shouting. SOS, I hear them crying. SOS, I hear them Hey mister, I've been telling you to be afraid. 'Cause it's bad man in my past knows for you today. You know say it's a shame, what a shame you lose your life. You have no more time. Your destiny is mine. I hear them bawling. SOS, what? I hear them bawling. SOS, what? I hear them shouting. SOS.
Please, let me join your fleet, Cap.
Save it. You can't even pass level 2.
Hold on, I just found a solar panel and passed level 67.
Total fluke. You're gonna get completely wrecked.
Equip Mac, boom, level 999! I'm wiping the whole space.
Tile Survive has to be one of the most relaxing and comforting games of 2026. There's no pressure, and it's super easy to play. You don't need to stay online all day, and there's no endless grinding either. Just hop in whenever you feel like it. Collect some...
This is my time to fly. I've been grinding forever just for this very night. I've been pushing for many moments like this. This time is undervalued and no one ever could miss. This is my chance, moment of bliss. My feelings so intended, many could understand it. These skills out of the planet, be careful, I'm off the linen. The future is mine, taking it all by design. Knowing so much on the line. Guevara, Sammy Guevara, it's my time just to take flight. Put it on the line, all in the same night. Hustle my way to the top, make it this moment, this future, no doubt we own it. The future is mine on the line. Sammy Guevara, it's my time just to take flight. Put it all on the line in the same night. Hustle my way just to get this moment. There is no doubt that we own it. The future is mine. I got so much on the line.
That would be Seth Rollins before Seth Rollins.
This is my time to fly. I've been grinding forever just for this very night. I've been pushing for many moments like this. This time is undervalued and no one ever could miss. This is my chance, moment of bliss. My feelings so intended, many could understand it. These skills out of the planet, be careful, I'm off the linen. The future is mine, taking it all by design. Knowing so much on the line. Guevara, Sammy Guevara, it's my time just to take flight. ship, no traces. Shadows on my jealous, different masks, new faces. Codes in my pager, every call encrypted. Wrong move and the whole thing shifted. They watching how I move, how I breathe, how I slide. Cameras on the street, but my team stay wide. Never say names when the line go dead. There's one loose word, get the whole crew fed. Got my stash off grid where the lights don't glow. No receipts, no prints, just a place I know. Heavy on the grind, yeah, the pressure stay on. From the curb to the throne, when the switch get thrown. Operation airtight, no leaks, no sound. If the walls got ears, we don't make a pound. Players club, bringing back to over complete. When coach snatch a mic, pull arena on their feet.
The most insane WWE 2K26 creations right now. Creation Spotlight Episode 8 is here, and our community is absolutely on fire right now. Damn right, JR. This week's Spotlight features 28 outstanding community creations. The creativity, accuracy, and attention to detail coming from the community right now is simply unreal. Leave a like and sub if you enjoy the content, and be sure to support the awesome creators on Twitter. Strap in King. It's go time. Collab between Bangra Man, Undisputed Empire, and Esmet, the Proto-Star. Kyle Fletcher. Wow, this is truly incredible work. OG Gaming gifting the community with an incredible Shano Mac from 2022. What are you waiting for? Hop to it. Oh man, that's going to be sore tomorrow, Don. You've got to be kidding me. Who else but Status, the big man back in business? This creation is very nice, very evil.
I think you might be getting mixed up there, Professor.
K-Rad, Sky Factor, 2 2K Gen, you want to talk extreme detail. This Tommy Dreamer should not be slept on DW.
The face texture is incredible, Mike.
So what you gonna do? Bring it on! So what you gonna do? You're looking at kayfabe. Fucking deal now. So what you gonna do?
Oracle 02, the hottest new name in the game. Clash in Italy. Clash in Italy might have sucked on, but Oracle's arena upload means we can fix that in universe mode.
So, Professor, what's coming up on this episode of the Kayfabe Concepts Creation Spotlight?
We've got another 4 arenas, 2 console mod versions for classic ECW by Roldy that are must-see. Oh, Henry by God Finch is back in the mix too with a banging custom NXT stand and deliver that is top tier. Created wrestler-wise, we've got all the heavy hitters. Dre Cost. Pat creates an end-to-end other lead the charge for the GTEO2K project. iButt moves by Cause. This serialist. So much. 4 decades covered. Leave a like. Support the creation.
Whoa. What's that? I just built a budgeting app in Base 44. Guys,
And enjoy.
what you gonna do? You're a dying man, talking all this bullshit when you're lax in the head. Said I know, no, 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 no. Said I know, no, 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 no. You got too much of this and not enough of that. You better listen up, cause you're gonna get pushed back. Said I know, no, 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 no. Said I know, no, 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 no. I got my phone tapped. They be listening to the keypad. They wanna know, yo, the way I make my paper. I told them I'm out of town undercover outside my door. Trying to figure out who my clique being more. We be investigated by the MI5. I better strap a run, cause it's time to do or die. I jump to the left of my back door, hit the housing. Then I'm browsing for a spot to lay my green. I better come back next week to retrieve, or otherwise I lose it. I'm a chance of 50 G's, and that's a lot of cash when you ain't got no dough. Lucky my crew's blood ties, so you know. Elite new generation, so deep like the mob. And I'll be proud to be causing havoc like you got. To where you play your Halo keys, I'ma sell a sale out. We be supreme, so don't even come back. What you gonna do? You're a dying man, talking all this bullshit when you're lax in the head. Said I know, no, 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 no. Said I know, no, 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 no. You got too much of this and not enough of that. You better listen up, cause you're gonna get pushed back. Said I know, no, 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 no. Said I know, no, 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 no. I got the night on lock, hood zip, no traces. Shadows on the corners, different masks, new faces. Codes in my page, every call encrypted. One wrong move and the whole thing shifted. They watching how I move, how I breathe, how I slide. Cameras on the street, but my team stay wide. Never say names when the line go dead. Just one loose word, get the whole crew fed. Got my stash off grid where the lights don't glow. No receipts, no prints, just a place I know. Heavy on the grind, yeah, the pressure stay on. From the curb to the throne, when the switch get thrown. Operation airtight, no leaks, no sound. If the walls got ears, we don't make a pound. Players club, playing that, take over complete. When coach snatch a mic, whole arena on their feet. You about to stop living. I want you to remember me, but the dead don't have no memory. I'm coming. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can hold me. Nobody control me. I'm coming. I'm here to do my thing. I'm here to bring the pain. I'm never ever gonna change. I'm coming. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can hold me. Nobody control me. I'm coming. I'm here to do my thing. I'm here to bring the pain. I'm never ever gonna change. Like, got the drink, I got the juice. All for the loose. Let the dog loose. Don't make me call up the coop. Now they getting scared, wanna call up a truce. I'm the one like Neo, cocky like Tio. Nobody can guard me like I'm shooting a free throw. This is illegal, my flow is legal. And it's me, it will never be a sequel. See, I'm fly like a pelican. And while I'm here, yeah, I'm gon' represent. If you're sick, then I'll be your medicine. And you already know who I'm better than. No doubt, yep, I'm a veteran. And when done, you gon' think you got ran over by elephants. Since I came, ain't been the same like ever since. And that talking, yeah, it better end. Nobody can stop me, nobody can hold me, nobody control me. I'm here to do my thing, I'm here to bring the pain. I'm never ever gonna change, I'm coming. Nobody can stop me, nobody can hold me, nobody control me. I'm coming. I'm here to do my thing, I'm here to bring the pain. I'm never ever gonna change. This is my world, my way, my life. And if I gotta do it,
Overlay Maker, Stream Widgets, Chatbot, Donation Page, Music, and more.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming to you, obviously not live, from wherever you're doom scrolling on YouTube for the 7th, not annual, episode of the Kayfabe Concepts Creation Spotlight by God King. These creations will have you drooling like you were still there.
Very funny, JR. Although these cores are certified slobber knockers. Forget Cat JR and puppies. Neither are as absolutely bitchin' as these creations.
We're starting off strong, King, with one of the hottest young stars right now.
Young stars? What are you talking about, JR?
Don't mistake this Brit for James Corden or even Will Ospreay.
Although I did wonder why Giant Haystacks was on NXT.
Maybe let's focus on what's happening in the ring before the old man starts coming in my ears.
What? Okay, less catering. Time for real talk time. Mason Ruff, created by the legend that is Bangerman.
Jokes aside, this is one exciting prospect. A young, enigmatic English bulldog. A name you should remember by Bangerman. A name that nobody in the community could ever forget. Bangerman, a legend.
A generational creator, no doubt. But if you want to talk generational, check out this insane work by Executioner as part of the new 2K Generations community collab. It makes me sound like a nasty boy, JR. But Knobs, Sags, they look so damn good.
2 attires included. And you're right, King. This is some damn good-looking work by Executioner. It's still to come. It's featured in tonight's episode. Until then, get 2K_Generations followed on Twitter for many more heavy hitters and high-flying creations. Don't believe me, King? Check this next creation. It's so damn good, you'll look at the in-game model of Sean Waltman afterwards, and it will make you feel sick! What?
2Gen looks to be one to watch for the future. You only needed to say K-Rash. I would have known to expect a barn burner. Big love for K-Radiation. A Brit, almost as badass as, well, as yours truly.
Damn it, King. Everybody knows you're from Memphis.
I meant the channel JR, you idiot. Bass, Brit, baby, Smack Talks Jordy. Kayfabe Concepts talks, well, talks a lot of shit. Think, Macho T, but English, Northern, and poor. Maybe the AI voiceovers are for the best. Oh yeah, dig it.
It's time we let the creators be heard. Drop a like on the video, leave a comment, and enjoy what's coming up. Tell them, King, tell them.
Oh yeah, what's the status? Doc Gorilla Nuts, Halloween, Justice King, a bespoke WCW Nitro concept arena coming up. You know it's going to be good when it's a finesse. Henry Dre, is he included? Indeed. Foreign Pharaoh is here, and he's going all in. And the inevitable, incredible, irreplaceable, the Project GTEO 2K MVP Workshop, N2 and other, MP Travis. You know this team, so you know what's coming up is going to be good. Oh, and that other guy, what's his name? The smoothest character of them all. Never mind, whatever. Support the creators, featured yourself on the social. Peace, love, and patches to come. So what you gonna do? Just to make you on the street. Melodic to you up, get you out like you beyond me. Victory sweet, K-Baby, fuck Jay Uso, fuck Jay Yeet. This team is complete, here's your receipt. Melodic moveset. And a K-Baby beat. Say what you gonna do about it? Bring it on. So what you gonna do about it? Is that what you got? Still looking at the real deal now. So what you gonna do?
Commander, welcome back. The station has been waiting. Let me show you around. This is the mech bay. Our armored units, silent but ready for war.
So what you gonna do, huh? So what you gonna do?
You to remember me, but they don't have no memory. I'm coming. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can hold me. Nobody control me. I'm coming. I'm here to do my thing. I'm here to bring pain. I'm never ever gonna change. I'm coming. Nobody can stop me. Nobody can hold me. Nobody control me. I'm coming. I'm here to do my thing. I'm here to bring the pain. I'm never ever gonna change. Like Dr. Dre, I got the juice. Now they getting scared, wanna call up a truce. I'm the one like Neo, cocky like Tio. Nobody can guard me like I'm shooting a free throw. This is illegal, my flow is legal. And it's me, it will never be a sequel. See, I'm fly like a pelican. And while I'm here, yeah, I'm gonna represent. If you're sick, then I'll be your medicine. And you already know who I'm better than, no doubt. chain and it's driving me insane. CC keep it burning 12 months with a hot flame. Still wouldn't hurt if they patch that fucking game. Everybody show some love for the creators that I made. Yeah.
I lost $50,000 because I didn't buy a domain name. My advice, head to Wix and grab yours now. It's quick and it can make all the difference.
Episode 6 of the Kayfabe Concepts. Creation Spotlight is here. And our insane community are showing no signs of slowing down. 26 created wrestlers across 4 decades. 4 smoking hot arenas in the mix too. Leave a like and smash sub for more and to support the channel. You ready? It's go time, son.
Make every game a shared experience. Hacko AI keeps you company with
had enough of living in poverty with you. Don't ruin my new life now.
Get out of here, hick.
Feeling a little spring-summer burnout? Well, fix up and look sharp, because these pros are still cooking with gas. 28 sick creations, 24 ultra-realistic created wrestlers, 4 top...
Vids on Twitter. Support the creators and show kayfabe concepts a little love too. All good? Yeah? Let's fucking go!
cause he's simply better. No playing around with no second attacks, and lay you down for a 3-second nap on the back. If you staring at the ceiling on your back, it's appealing. Get yourself a match and you gon' do that. It's a rap, you trapped in the game, you a rat in the maze, just amazed how I made my name. My fame is a runaway train on a track. I fight like my life's on the line every night. In fact, that's why I'm gonna take that strap.
What's that? I just built a budgeting app with Base 44.
Guys, Nina just built an app.
Impossible. Nina can't code.
Interesting. Can it generate reports?
It can now.
Nice.
So you're saying we can all build apps now?